that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim.
Back then, yeah, I never taught it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash till it's all.
Dojo, not again.
I'm tryna make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red-eye penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Tryna turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Walking on the floor of this site, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna ecstasy. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Come playing it for bags, worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Tryna turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it.
Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it.
I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties different races. Yeah. Did my dirt, I had a match, I'm moving faceless.
I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases.
Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Tryna turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. But my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. let me get the money. I see you bitches acting funny. Can't take nothing from me. Nah, rapping blunts like mummies. Yeah, we freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Sunny side.
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash sitting tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work, sweat. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Got me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash sitting tall.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands-on sessions. Points for attendance, she asks a lot of questions. I answer with my presence, I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man, you know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man, rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like.
Hello. Hi. What's up, internet? What's up, bitches? Hey, hi, hello. How's it going? I hope everyone's doing well. Out there in the ether? In the Matrix? I always forget to do my hair before stream. Gotta get it together. Be a real streamer. Provide weapons and training and tactical education with a disclaimer. Oh my god. Keepers, chill. Chill. Just take it easy. Acting out in my chat. Daddy Bezos says, no, I don't think so. I don't think he will be plotting the revolution in my chat, actually. Not that I would be morally opposed. Is this thing on? Anyway. Hope you're good. I'm doing pretty good. Chillin'. The fuck is a hostain? Don't call yourself a hostain. It's not very nice. Yeah, so there's a new Contra. New Contra just dropped. From what I understand, she went on a podcast talking about the witch trials of J.K. Rowling and is under some heat. Under fire. From the left. For doing that. I think she didn't understand the context of the podcast, but I guess we're gonna find out. Host, the job I stole from you, and captain. Original word in the meme. The hostain. Sure. Captain. Hostain. I don't know. Sure. I do love a good portmanteau. Very good. Very good. Award. Wait, what film? I don't even know the meme. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not familiar. I kind of tuned out from the news today. I hope I didn't miss anything big. I really didn't watch any news today. That's so rare for me. Oh yeah, there's the Fox Dominion lawsuit. Oh shit, that's settled. For 787 million. That's crazy. Damn. I wish they didn't settle. I wanted it to get ugly. I wanted more, like, exposés of Fox hosts. I think they knew they were fucked. They had to just fork over the money. Well, that was that, I guess. Oh yeah, there's probably more about the document leaks. I haven't checked in on that. Air Force is investigating how a lone airman could access and distribute possibly hundreds of highly classified documents. And in the meantime, has taken away the intelligence mission from where the unit, from the unit where the leaks took place. Interesting. Wait, really? They just use an equation? That's crazy. I didn't realize that. I guess that makes sense. It is kind of an odds thing. An even billion? Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. So, yeah, Fox will continue saying whatever the fuck they want and paying it off in fines. 78% chance, yeah. I mean, much less than that, right? Wait. I'm so bad at math. No, you're probably right. Yeah, so Fox will keep doing Fox shit. Oh, God damn it. No one will ever stop them from doing the shit that they do. Like, even if it was the whole billion, it would be like nothing to them. Cost in recruitment. Yeah. I imagine that's very riveting and fascinating part of the law. Is doing calculations. I'm sure that's so fun for them. Oh, he was charged Friday. I didn't know about that. He's expected back in court for a hearing Wednesday. How could this happen? I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't hire children that are fucking far-right rapers. Like, exactly how fucked are you scale? Yeah. What else? What else? The fuck? Oh yeah, the shooting. Oh my god, that shooting's so fucked up. Ooh. Yeah. There's not too much going on, I guess. Oh. Russia deploying post-World War II era tanks. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh yeah, there's still the Wall Street Journal reporter who is being held in Moscow. Any tank made after 1945. Right, yeah, so they're using tanks. Like, I don't know why they specified that. Had they been using World War II tanks before that? U.S. will look at options to get Wall Street Journal reporter home, official says. I'm sure they will. Look at options. Evan Gershkovich. Gershkovich? That's right. Oh. Apparently NATO says that the leaked documents are not impacting the movement in Ukraine, and that some of the documents were incorrect and manipulated. That's interesting. So he, like, faked some of the documents. Maybe he wasn't so dumb after all. They sent out a small number of the iterative big brother of their World War II key design. Oh. Wait, what? Rear guard. Interesting. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so the contrapoints is 2 hours, so we should probably get into that. Ugh, there's a lot of Russia stuff I need to catch up on. I haven't really done the best job keeping up with all that. I'll be honest with you. Alright. It's time. The time has come. Are you ready? Do you have snacks? Do you have something to drink? I'm gonna get more wine. do it. Hey. Hey, that's not the right window. What are you doing? There we go.
Sar, I'm gonna talk about Joro once again. But first, story time. Chapter 1.
Damn, she sounded wasted. So, Joro. Joro. Might send an armored Humvee for, sure. Not on anything risky or likely to see fighting. Basically, throw at any special forces or paramilitary teams. Sure. Rad sabotage a shiz. Sure.
Anita. The most famous bigot in American LGBT history is a woman called Anita Bryant. This is her story. 1977 was not a good time to be gay. Is it ever really a good time to be gay? In 1969, the Stonewall riots forced gay rights into national consciousness. The first pride parades were held in the summer of 1970, and in 1973, the American Psychiatric Association declassified homosexuality as a mental disorder. But only after gay activists disrupted their conference and shouted, "Gay conversion therapy is torture! We have abnormal urges, and we will not be silenced!" Because that's the only way to get anything done in this country. You have to be super annoying about it. They give you no choice. On January 18th, 1977, Dade County, Florida, known for such popular cities as Miami, approved a law that added the phrase affectional or sexual preference to its non-discrimination ordinance, effectively banning housing and employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. And it was just then, as things seemed to be getting better, that Anita Bryant made her little appearance.
Anita Bryant, Miss Oklahoma!
Anita Bryant is a native Oklahoman who once had a career as a pop singer, beauty queen, and spokeswoman for the Florida Citrus Commission.
Come to the Florida sunshine tree.
My twins love 100% orange juice from Florida any time of day.
Orange juice from Florida. It isn't just for breakfast anymore.
Orange juice with natural vitamin C from the Florida sunshine tree.
She was known for these
for my fellow non-Americans. Fellow. I decided I'm not American anymore. For any non-Americans in the chat, Florida orange juice is barely orange juice. It's the worst orange juice that you can buy. It's terrible.
TV commercials with the tagline,
"A day without orange juice is like a day without sunshine."
Breakfast without orange juice is like a day without sunshine.
Cute. When Anita heard her pastor speak about this non-discrimination ordinance, she felt a divine disturbance in her heart. How touching.
According to the word of God, it's an abomination to practice homosexuality.
As a mother, she would not stand for this. So Anita wrote a letter to the county commissioner saying,
"As a concerned mother of 4 children, I am most definitely against this ordinance amendment. I have never condoned nor taught my children discrimination against anyone. But if this ordinance amendment is allowed to become law, you will, in fact, be infringing upon my rights and discriminating against me as a citizen and a mother to teach my children God's moral code as stated in the Holy Scriptures."
Anita, kill your shitty child. When the amendment passed, Anita created a campaign for its repeal, the Save Our Children Coalition, which sponsored provocative TV ads implying that gay people are degenerates who ruin communities and seduce children.
The campaign has been vicious. With television commercials, the Save Our Children group is appealing to parental anxieties, saying gays will flaunt their homosexuality before impressionable children.
The Orange Bowl Parade, Miami's gift to the nation, wholesome entertainment. But in San Francisco, when they take to the streets, it's a parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting with little boys.
Save Our Children sparked the first organized backlash to gay rights in the United States, escalating the conflict into a national controversy. On one side were the gay rights activists, who argued that non-discrimination was a matter of human rights. On the opposing side, Anita Bryant argued that the non-discrimination ordinance would give special privileges to homosexuals.
We all believe in human rights, but we don't believe human rights that would corrupt our children or for individuals to have special privileges that would go against the constitutional rights of normal America.
As long as they don't want to flaunt their homosexuality, they have equal rights the same as anyone else.
Normal America. Normal America. What the fuck is that? Literal video news broadcast? Okay, if you're gonna claim it, then show it. Yeah.
In other words, gay people already have equal rights, just as long as they stay in the closet and don't do anything gay. That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Anita, for standing up for our right to be gay in secret.
As long as they do their job and do not want to come out of the closet and force their homosexuality on me in the areas of business or in the schools, they can live their life, and we're not going out after their jobs or trying to get them out of their teaching jobs or housing.
Anita also argued that allowing flaunting homosexuals.
What? What? What's that? Yeah, by yelling it in public at TV broadcast cameras like that? Like, oh, how about you stop shoving your heterosexuality down my throat? Ew, you're married to a man? That's disgusting. That's repulsive. Why would you be heterosexual? Get the fuck out of here.
To teach children was tantamount to gay recruitment.
Just biologically, that God made mothers so that we could reproduce. Homosexuals cannot reproduce biologically, but they have to reproduce by recruiting our children.
It's the exact same argument that's being used today by right-wing politicians who claim that queer people are groomers.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
This wicked book, me and Earl and the dying girl sexually indoctrinated with wicked, vile books. And she believes in traditional marriage between a man and a woman. And in that book, it talked about two moms.
Stay away from the children creep or you will regret it. People should definitely arm themselves. I agree with that.
The Democrats are the party of pedophiles. The Democrats are the party of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school age children and convince them they're a different gender.
They're just evil people, and they want to groom kids.
Yeah.
They're recruiting.
If you don't know what furries are, it's where school children dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day. They meow and they bark.
What a great country we live in. I love it
so great and wonderful. I fucking love it here. Ha ha. Someone please save me from this godforsaken stupid fucking country. Jamming heterosexuality down your throat. Wait. I didn't mean it like that. Don't be a perv, okay? Right? Full persona suits? Yeah. As if. They're like getting on Etsy, spending like an easy 20 grand. No.
So much. Gay people around the country rallied against Anita Bryant and Save Our Children. There was a national boycott of Florida orange juice, with many gay bars taking screwdrivers off the menu and replacing them with an apple juice and vodka cocktail called an Anita Bryant. Let's make one now. Forgot my cocktail measure, so I'm just gonna have to eyeball this. Just a dash of apple juice. Give it a stir.
Awesome. I
Needs
love
a
her.
garnish. Stunning. I mean, it's not as good as a screwdriver, but if I was in the 70s, I would have thrown back so many of these goddamn things out of pure spite. There's a story that Troy Perry, the founder of the gay-affirming Metropolitan Community Church, was on a transcontinental flight, and when the attendant put a glass of orange juice on his tray, he said, "Take that away. I'm a homosexual." At gay pride marches
Oh my
in
God.
1977 and 78,
Fucking icon. Soleil.
anti-Anita Bryant slogans featured prominently on t-shirts, signs, and buttons. Anita Bryant sucks oranges. A day without lesbians is like a day without sunshine. True. And meanwhile, Anita's campaign inspired more anti-gay legislation, including bans on gay adoption and same-sex marriage, both of which passed in the Florida Senate, as well as the failed Briggs Initiative in California, which would have forced public schools to fire gay teachers. So Anita Bryant was worse than a bigot. She was an influential bigot, but she may also have helped to unify and galvanize gay activists by providing them with a common enemy. According to historian Lillian Faderman, Anita Bryant created fervent activists out of those who'd previously been content simply to enjoy their newfound freedoms. Faderman cites Eric Hoffer's observation that a mass movement can get along fine without a god, but it won't get along at all without a devil. For gay people all over the country, Anita Bryant became that devil.
I think that she is rallying the community together like I have never seen before. There's no way I could have done it on my own.
So even though she succeeded in her initial goal to repeal the non-discrimination ordinance, there is no question that, in the long term, Anita Bryant was the loser.
Oh my god. Keepers, I didn't know you were a furry. Oh my god. Slay. I love that for you.
She took a lot of L's. RIP. That must be super hard for her. For the short remainder of her career, gay activists protested her events. They shut down the tour for her book about how persecuted she was by the militant homosexual, and they succeeded in turning public opinion against Anita Bryant to the point that she became virtually unemployable in mainstream entertainment. And it helped that she came across as kind of a judgmental prude that even hip straight people didn't want to be associated with.
Our top story tonight, Anita Bryant, former mediocre actress and orange juice promoter, performed coitus in public yesterday and campaigned to promote heterosexuality.
We don't serve orange juice anymore.
Like she famously told Playboy magazine,
"Why do you think the homosexuals are called fruits? It's because they eat the forbidden fruit of the tree of life. God referred to men as trees, and because the homosexuals eat the forbidden fruit, which is male sperm."
Oh my... What? Bitch, what? That's new to me. That is... Wow. Wow. She's spending a lot of time thinking about gay men. Like, a lot.
Trees, and because the homosexuals eat the forbidden fruit, which is male sperm.
Oh my god. Like the woman is heterosexual cringe. This is how you lose the culture war.
So let's all squeeze a fruit.
Clearly never taken a shot in the mouth, right?
For Anita.
I got bad news for you, honey. It does not taste like apples.
And of course, there was the famous incident where a gay activist smashed a banana cream pie in Anita's face during a TV appearance.
And went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And every...
Are you serious? Was it that funny? Cream pie action. Okay.
Security agent, security agent. No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Miami-Dade County finally reinstated the non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, and they added gender identity to its protections in 2014. In 2020,
sorry.
It's a fruit pie.
Security agent, security agent. No, let him stay.
No.
Get fucked.
Security agent, security agent.
Get absolutely fucked.
Well, at least it's a...
Security agent.
And every...
Security agent, security agent. No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit...
At least it's a fruit pie, huh?
And
oh, you like fruit now?
Security agent, security agent. No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at
She's
least
eating
it's
it
a
too.
fruit pie.
Oh my god.
Miami-Dade County finally reinstated the non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, and they added gender identity to its protections in 2014. In 2021, Anita took another metaphorical pie to the face when her granddaughter, Sarah Green, came out as gay, announcing her marriage to a woman and publicly struggling with whether to even invite her grandmother to the ceremony.
It's very hard to argue with someone who thinks that like an integral part of your identity is just an evil delusion.
That it is, Sarah. That it is. So that's the story of Anita Bryant as students of LGBT history know it. But isn't it a bit one-sided? Wasn't there a lot of toxicity on both sides?
The Anita Bryant forces talk of absolute truth and morality. Gay leaders are equally dogmatic about human rights.
A plague on both the houses.
Isn't it cruel, even, to slur Anita as a bigot and a homophobe? In fact, isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the real victim?
Oh, God. No. Contra, no. Don't do it. I hate when she does this, like, devil's advocate thing. I love it, but I hate it.
Oh, no. Oh, no!
Advocating for a revolution openly and discuss several sex acts and platform deviant communities. Yeah. Yeah, you're really firing off on all cylinders tonight. I'm not that mad. But, you know, rein it in. Rein it in. I'm excited for Contra 2. I get it.
I can't do this anymore. I'm eating my pie. I'm eating my goddamn pie. Chapter 2. The Witch Trials of Anita Bryant. God help us all. The mainstream media would have us believe that Anita Bryant is a so-called homophobe, some kind of hateful bigot. But isn't this just an authoritarian tactic used to silence
2/3 of the first hour? Yeah.
valid concerns? Mothers in this country are worried about their children going to school to be taught by perverts. How can we be so sure that the militant homosexuals weren't the real bigots? Isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the
militant homosexuals? Where are they? That sounds kind of hot. I love a gay in uniform. Where are they?
first victim of cancel culture, of, dare I say it, wokeism? Well, no, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But suppose that you're an idiot, and suppose that that's the narrative you wanted to promote. Well, what would be your argument? I mean, if someone put a gun to my head and forced me to make that argument, I'd probably say something like this. Anita Bryant lived a difficult...
Pack an overnighter for the night in custody. Yeah. Honestly. A renowned escalator. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. How do I make you stop? Are you also an accelerationist? Because that I can kind of get behind.
Life. In 1940, she was born into brutal poverty in rural Oklahoma. Her parents divorced when she was just 2 years old, the same year she made her singing debut at the Baptist church.
Parts of my childhood I blocked out because it hurts too much. I guess I was happiest when I was 8 years old, and my parents were remarried, and I was baptized and came to know Christ as my personal savior.
Her father abandoned the family again when she was 12.
It was real painful.
Good recipes for military-grade napalm. Are you trying to get me banned? Are you trying to get me banned? I may or may not know that. But I will not say. I'm gonna plead the fifth.
And it just about killed my mother. She was a very submissive wife. She was too submissive, and it angered me.
Stop! Keepers, are you okay? Message me on Discord.
She let my dad step all over her. Because of him, I think I went through life for a long time hating all men.
Anita described her most intense adolescent memory as a feeling of intense ambition.
A relentless drive to succeed at doing well the thing I loved.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
But Anita's ambition conflicted with her submissive role as a traditional Christian woman. In 1960, Anita married Bob Green, Miami's top disc jockey, though only after he relentlessly badgered her into it.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
Green was allegedly a controlling and abusive husband. Feminist Andrea Dworkin claims
Green manipulated Bryant with a cruelty
Shocking.
nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rationalized.
That's a That's a weird phrase. That's kind of a weird thing to say, Brew. Right-wing women, 1983. With a cruelty nearly unmatched in modern love stories. Why did you bring up love stories? Like, that's weird. Like, I don't... Go to therapy.
Bryant with a cruelty nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rational.
Dude, my hair is getting so long. I just, like, saw it. It's, like, really long. Crazy.
Realized the abuse, saying,
"Despite our sometimes violent scraps, I love him for it."
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career she'd always wanted. By the 1970s, she was on the payroll of Big Orange Juice, earning $500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne Bay. So Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something she believed in?
Anita Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
Well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened, and there's all kinds of harassment, even with my job with Florida Citrus.
Exercising the right of a mother to defend her children and all children against their being recruited by homosexuals.
Her entire life had become a series of catastrophes. She'd been dropped as spokesperson by the orange growers. She had been dropped as a commentator on the Orange Bowl parade. She lost a television show contract. Her bookings dropped drastically.
It destroys the dream that I have had since I was a child to entertain and present wholesome subjects to my fellow Americans because I dared to speak out for straight and normal America.
No one has paid as dearly as Anita Bryant for taking a public stand on something she believed in.
I remember lying in the bed in my mother's house in a fetal position and wanting to die.
Gay activists in the 1970s didn't exactly limit their tactics to polite debate in the free marketplace of ideas.
Yeah, who was it that said that they wish we would deal with things how we dealt with them in the 60s? Who was that? It was like some politician.
Homosexuals started fighting back. The gays formed new groups and picketed the performer's public appearances, forcing her to cancel a few.
Gay activists routinely compared Anita to Adolf H. They created pastiches of her orange juice slogan. They blamed her for hate crimes. They burned her in effigy. They disrupted events she was involved in. They printed toilet paper with her face on it. Some sent Anita death threats, or they mailed her rotting oranges, dead cockroaches, human excrement. See, this is how you canceled people before phones. Instead of shitposting, you would simply mail actual human shit through the United States Postal Service. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night. Anita's husband pleaded to supporters.
How would you men feel if you opened a letter and there was a photo of your wife's head superimposed on some other female nude body in the most lewd and shocking sexual act you can imagine?
Dude, literally, he was predicting AI porn in 1978. It's always been a thing, I guess. It's always been like this.
I can imagine quite a lot. I do think it would be fair to say that a lot of the rhetoric did take on a misogynistic tone. Lillian Faderman recounts that lesbians, particularly lesbian feminists, abhorred the sexist terms that were being used to characterize Anita Bryant. Bitch and whore, gay men called her. The harassment escalated to the point where Anita had to cancel her book tour due to demonstrations and bomb threats from gay activists. And of course, there was the pie. So much for the
I love the pie. That's a great shot.
Tolerant Mattachine Society. It's kind of a deep cut. Well, something to entertain the boomer queers. Gay activists claimed to stand for human rights, but what about Anita's right to free speech? I wish I had some literal pearls to clutch. Civil libertarian Nat Hentoff wrote in his 1992 book, Free Speech for Me, but not—
I'm so mad. I had pearls, but they got fucking stolen in college. So mad.
Not for thee, that the orange juice boycott reminded him of a little thing called McCarthyism. have you ever considered that being pro-gay is quite similar to being anti-gay, and that both are opinions? As Anita tells it, she and her foot soldiers of God were the victims of sinister gay carpet
Double cream pie. I know. Take it easy.
baggers.
The foot soldiers were housewives and mothers, religious and civic leaders in opposition to a well-organized, highly financed, and politically militant group of homosexual activists. We were cast as bigots, haters, discriminators, and deniers of basic human rights. And all of this happened because we were...
Maybe because you were. Hey, maybe did you consider that you were a bigot, a hater, a discriminator, and denier of basic human rights? Did you consider that for one fucking second? No? Okay, cool.
Sincerely concerned for our children and our community.
So Anita's version of the story is that she and a handful of well-intentioned Christian mothers were cast as bigots by a highly funded mafia of gay extremists, all because they had a few teensy tiny concerns about the militant homosexual cavorting with little boys.
Cavorting with little boys.
Is it really fair to call this woman a bigot? Until the Dade County Ordinance,
yes.
Anita was a registered Democrat and considered herself a liberal. And she never said that she hated gay people.
Fuck libs. Libs are almost worse, I swear.
People or wanted them dead. In fact, she even said that she loves homosexuals.
I love homosexuals, if you can believe that. I love them enough to tell them the truth because I know that there is hope for the homosexual.
I love them so much. I wish that I could just suck and fuck a lesbian. I think about my girlfriends all the time. I love them. I love them so much.
That if they're willing to turn from sin the same as any individual, that they can be ex-homosexuals the same as there can be an ex-murderer, an ex-thief, or ex-anybody.
She loves homosexuals because they can change, just like murderers. Would a bigot have said that? Just about McFucking had it. Anita was so kind-hearted, she even said that she related to the homosexual.
I can relate to the homosexual because I've had emotional scars in my own life. I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
It shows. It shows that you really felt the rejection of your father. I know.
Sexuality. Look, I don't hate homosexuals. That's the truth, no matter what they think of my motives. I've always said I love the sinner, but I hate the sin.
Wow, what an empath. You know, I actually think it's really...
The perfect content? Wait, which bit? Uh-oh.
Noble how she's able to project all of her own emotional baggage onto the marginalized group whose rights she's trying to take away. Okay, so we've given a fair hearing to both sides, to many sides. We've considered all the evidence. Now, let's suppose there's no longer a gun to my head and ask, did Anita Bryant really deserve that pie to the face? Well, yes. Obviously. Look, the point I'm trying to make here is that it's possible to take genuine virtues like nuance, empathy, and impartiality and to twist them into fucked up apologia for horrible oppressive behavior. If you play this game long enough, you can essentially explain away the entire concept of bigotry and conclude that, in reality, there are no bigots. There's only tragically misunderstood people with difficult childhoods and valid concerns cruelly demonized by militant activists defaming and silencing them with such reputation-ruining slurs as homophobe. Now, because you, viewers, are smart, media-literate people, you understand framing, so you already know that I'm about to compare Anita Bryant to J.K. Rowling. In case you didn't know, J.K. Rowling is a popular author who used to write whimsical stories about wizard school, but who now writes books about transvestite serial killers masturbating into stolen panties because she's lost her goddamn mind. Lo ho ho, dear readers. Christ, what a nightmare. Chapter 3, The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Alright kids, it's transin time. Last year, I agreed to be a guest on a podcast.
Are you ready to be trans? Let's fucking go.
podcast about J.K. Rowling, hosted by Megan Phelps Roper, an escapee from the Westboro Baptist Church, the notorious hate group from Topeka, Kansas, most known for protesting the funerals of soldiers with signs that say God hates God and me both. I'm tired of you people. J.K. Illy. The Westboro Baptist Church is one of the most famous homophobic hate groups in the world. In a way, I'm like a lifelong fan of these people. I've watched all the Louis Theroux documentaries. I went to a counter protest in 2010. I remember how when I was in high school, the Westboro Baptist Church was like the one thing that conservatives and liberals could agree on because they hated the troops and the gays, essentially the two genders of 2006. But let's not pretend that the Westboro Baptist Church is all bad. Okay, when Megan was at Westboro, she used to do these amazing Lady Gaga parodies about how the gays are going to hell, which to this day, I am a big fan of.
But what did you say you think God loves your praying? He hates all you do cause you love fornicating. Fornicating.
It's perfect. I love it. Play it at my funeral.
Stop praying, God will not hear you anymore. You got the boys and the girls to be proud for. Forever burn. Go devil's fun, you just keep pushing on to the hell where you will forever burn.
Megan left the Westboro Baptist Church in 2012 after a crisis.
Why did that go so hard though?
Crisis of faith precipitated by a power struggle within the church. She wrote about all this in her book Unfollow, which is honestly a pretty interesting account of deconversion and the circumstances that lead someone to leaving a hate group. Megan contacted me for her podcast because I had criticized J.K. Rowling in a video a couple years ago. Now you might be wondering, why would I think that a person who's been carrying a God hates sign most of her life would be the correct person to lead an international conversation about the intricacies of LGBT issues?
Because I'm an idiot. Happy?
Basically, I agreed to the podcast because it's a pretty irresistible pitch. A former member of the Westboro Baptist Church wants to mediate a conversation between me and the author of Harry Potter. Would you say no to that? Maybe. If you're smart. Last month, the podcast was announced in an essay by Megan titled The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Obviously a tendentious framing that posits Jo Rowe
These damn bangers, honestly, what the fuck?
as the target of an irrational trans witch hunt. The essay included a teaser quote from Rowling complaining that she's been profoundly misunderstood, as well as a photo of an angry trans mob holding a rotten hell Rowling sign, juxtaposed with an image of conservative Christians burning Harry Potter books in the early 2000s. This did not bode well. So I disavowed the podcast on Twitter because I didn't want my name lending legitimacy to some kind of unearned J.K. Rowling redemption tour. This caused Megan's mom, Shirley, to quote tweet me, calling me a bigot against God. I mean, God is one of the most vulnerable minorities. There's only one of him. And he could really use your help, Shirley.
So true. Yeah, God is just so weak and powerless that he needs you personally to defend him. That surely makes sense.
I said in these tweets that I felt used, which that is how I felt, but ultimately I need to take full responsibility for my involvement in this. The thing about being a guest on a documentary like this is you honestly have no idea what the final product is going to be like. So the decision to participate
Sorry, this took me so long. Hello? No. Can I...
It's like, well, you're gonna try to kiss me, bro? It's gross, dude. That's so gross. Like, well, you're gonna try to kiss me, bro? Like, so gross. Like, better not, you know? Better not kiss me, dude. Better not even talk to me, you know? Don't you like come up to me, don't embrace me? Don't like go in for one of those bro shakes and then bring me in for like a warm embrace that's both strong but tender? Like, better not, dude.
Better not.
You know? Better not like ask me out this Friday, you know? So gross, dude. Better not drive up the canyon, you know? Better not get a little chilly up there. Better not lean into your chest to keep warm.
So true.
Better not look out onto those mountains. Better not think about how those mountains really are just two plates colliding. Building each other up slowly, you know?
Ex-Latter-day Saints? Oh, like Mormons? Ex-Mormons? Nice. I love that. That adds up.
Better not think about how when you look at those mountains, you're not really looking at mountains, you're looking at moments.
So true.
Moments of
Feel
growth
strong,
and
man.
change. Just like the moment we're sharing right now, better not.
I wish you wouldn't. That would be so gay if you like hugged me like really close right now. Like, yeah.
Anticipate is always a leap of faith. And I can't really say that Megan misled me. There were red flags from the beginning, and I ignored them because I was projecting my own hopes onto the situation. You know, it's a compelling story. I liked the idea that this famous former bigot could talk some sense into a famous current bigot. We all love a good redemption arc, and I started my career de-radicalizing the alt-right. That's something I've moved away from, but there's still part of me that wants to see the best in people, and to believe that people can change if you just talk to them and make a good enough argument. Maybe my wishful thinking was,
Oh, sweet summer child. Sweet summer child. You cannot change them. You cannot change them. Sometimes they're beyond saving. Oh my god. Pointing that out in the comments. Not two plates, but they're the result of magma jet dragging over a thicker spot in the Earth's crust. Hey yo. Hey yo.
that because Megan left Westboro, that must mean that she must understand the intricacies of anti-LGBT bigotry, right? And despite no evidence for this, my hope was that Megan would act as the trans ally and could be really effective at confronting Joro about all the transphobic stuff she says, right? Wrong.
I'm Megan Phelps Roper, and these are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is more than 7 hours of apologetics for JKR. The podcast presents Rowling as a complex, humane, heroic figure with an inspiring feminist backstory.
Jo Rowling's rise to success is this sort of feminist Cinderella story.
Now cruelly besieged by a vicious mob of transgender activists, all because she, as a woman, had a few tiny concerns about the transgender rapists.
I had been becoming increasingly concerned about the way in which women were being shut down, women who I felt had some very valid concerns.
Megan uncritically accepts Rowling's framing of the conflict as feminists versus trans rights activists, whom Rowling describes as
a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
For the first 5 hours of this podcast, Rowling's critics are presented as an irrational mob of enraged, shrieking, sexually violent fanatics.
You are murdering trans children! Let's get out my time!
A huge amount of, I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
There's this one clip of some kind of Antifa super soldiers' abrasive screaming that they play like once per episode.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist! Nobody knows who you are and nobody cares and you will die alone!
And then it usually cuts to like somber monks chanting some kind of medieval lament.
You will die alone and you will burn in hell!
Just in case you didn't get from the title that this is a witch hunt.
Do you get
You
it?
guys-
Do you get it? She's being tried like a witch, like she's innocent, but they're just doing a witch trial. Get it?
Got it? Do you get it yet?
Level 8 bigot instead of level 9. I mean, I think she's like actually level 9, but trying to dress up like level 8. Do you know what I mean?
You got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist! Get up on time!
And then these mobs of irrational, misogynistic trans rights fanatics are contrasted with this poignant story of how J.K. Rowling escaped her abusive husband to publish our generation's most beloved novels.
I was still very committed to those parts that I'd plotted in darkness, as it were, because there was a truth to them. And there was a power to them.
The only voices of genuine trans dissent appear in episode 6 out of 7, more than 5 hours in. And there's only 2 of us.
Jesus Christ.
One is me.
Oh my god, I didn't realize there was like several parts to this whole thing. Jesus Christ.
Shame. And the other is a teenager named Noah who kind of just seems like he wants to be liked and understood, and wishes that his favorite author would please stop saying bigoted things about him.
I'm such a big Harry Potter fan, or I was such a big Harry Potter fan, especially because it was so hard to be in the real world. I can't even state how important it was to me. J.K. Rowling, I stole her biography from my...
That's true for like a lot of the queer community. Like, that's like, it's so fucked that like she had to ruin it for so many of us. Oh, I hate her so much. Got more lines of input in the video than trans people. Wait. What? I might have missed that part, but yeah, that sounds about right.
3rd grade classroom, and I kept it for a long time because I just loved reading it because I just admired her so much.
It's honestly pretty heartbreaking to listen to. On my last day editing this video, I got in touch with Noah. I asked him if he had any thoughts about the podcast he wanted me to pass along, and this is what he said.
I want to emphasize that the stakes of this issue are very different from any sort of rhetorical debate. Conversation, dialogue, and debate are important, but for many of the most vulnerable people in society, the outcome of this conversation dictates their health, well-being, and ability to survive. How we treat or talk to people like J.K. Rowling should come second to fighting for maintained access to healthcare, support, and general resources for children and adolescents seeking gender care.
I agree. The most frustrating thing about this podcast is that it refuses to be honest about what it is. They spend 7 hours implying that J.K. Rowling is the victim of a witch hunt in the most heavy-handed way imaginable.
These are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
I mean, turf is basically witch.
But if you point this out, they just deny it. Show me the actual words, Jack. Show me where I said I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
You're on a podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling.
Yes, a podcast on which I never once say I'm a victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
What are you talking about? I'm not scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
No.
Joanne, show me where I ever said that I'm the target of a witch hunt, you liar. Why would you even think that? You're crazy. By the way, come get your This Witch Doesn't Burn t-shirt for sale now at Wild Woman Workshop. And Megan is not much better. Like, there's this whole section in episode 2 where Megan interviews Christians who burned Harry Potter books in the 1990s, and this is obviously meant to be foreshadowing.
So looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe part of a moral panic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
Megan doesn't explicitly say she thinks trans protests against Joe Roe are equivalent to the Christian ones in the 90s, but she does heavily imply it.
That's insane. If anything, the satanic panic is literally the same as the moral panic against trans people. Hello? Hello?
There was an explosive reaction to Rowling's tweets, which led many, including lifelong fans of her work, to condemn her and to call for her books to be banned, boycotted, and in some cases, burned.
When confronted about the obvious
Shut up.
implications of the podcast's title, Megan said, "The title is ambiguous. Toward the end of our conversations, I spent a long time talking with J.K. Rowling about discernment, about how a person can ever know if they're standing up for what's right or joining a moral panic. I think you'll be surprised by the thoughts she shares." Megan, I was not surprised.
I know I won't ever regret having stood up on this issue, ever.
The podcast released new episodes weekly, and whenever Megan was challenged about the blatant one-sidedness, Megan would respond, "Oh, you just think that because you haven't listened to the whole podcast yet. Maybe you should reserve judgment. Much more of other perspectives is coming. Make sure to tune in next week. More bombshell revelations to come." Well, I've listened to the whole podcast now, and I truly do not think that anyone with basic media comprehension skills could come away from this thinking that the main intent was anything other than to portray J.K. Rowling as the martyr of an unjust, what's the word? Witch hunt? This is the obvious implication of the podcast from the first words to the very last. And of course, Rowling does literally get the last word. The final episode concludes with this.
There are more important things in this world than being popular. And that doesn't mean it's more important to me to be right. It means it's more important to me to do the right thing.
Why would you end on that
shut
note?
up.
Why would anything about this podcast be the way it is if Megan didn't fundamentally believe that J.K. Rowling is in the right?
I don't regret it because I did the right thing.
Like, there really is no other reasonable way to interpret this. So I wish that she would just be honest. If you believe that J.K. Rowling is the misunderstood victim of a witch hunt, then just say that. Make the argument you want to make. Don't crouch and hide behind this disavowal, this obfuscating veil of just asking questions. Don't rely on innuendo and framing and lachrymose Gregorian chanting to make your point, while coyly denying you have any kind of agenda beyond, "I just believe in conversation." I don't know. I just find this a slippery and dishonest way to argue. But if you happen to be a fan of slippery and dishonest arguments, you're in luck, because there is more where that came from. This video is sponsored by Cannabox. Cannabox offers fresh human meat delivered directly to your doorstep. As an alphabet mafiosa, sometimes I just can't fit the most dangerous game into my busy lifestyle of destroying the family and recruiting children. Whenever a new box arrives, I get out my copy of Bless This Food, the Anita Bryant Family Cookbook. The best thing about human meat delivered to your home by mail in the dead of night? You don't know who you're eating. So it's totally guilt-free and ethically sourced. Maybe. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. That means you're not allowed to cancel me. Chapter 4. Joe Rose Transphobia. That's it. I'm going full Slytherin. In episode 5 of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Joe compares trans activists to Death Eaters, the fictionalized fascists in Harry Potter.
My position is that this activist movement, in the form that it's currently taking, echoes the very thing that I was warning against in Harry Potter. The Death Eaters claimed we have been made to live in secret, and now is our time. I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
When an article then claimed she had equated trans people to Death Eaters, the podcast
going full Hogwarts and she gone full Slytherin. Oh my god. I Slytherin on her Hogwarts until she Quidditch. Huh?
Podcast's PR firm reached out demanding a correction because she only equated the movement to Death Eaters, not trans people in general. Yeah, I don't hate marginalized people, I just hate it when they advocate for themselves. So I do have to be very careful with my wording here, lest a defamation letter arrive by owl. J.K. Rowling's bigotry is exhausting to argue with, because she expresses it as an endless series of what are called
Her tongue gone Slytherin? Ooh, I like that.
Motte and Bailey arguments. A Motte and Bailey argument is named after a type of castle consisting of a motte, that is, a tower atop a mound or hill, easy to defend, and a bailey, a fenced courtyard that's much more vulnerable to attack, difficult to defend. So a Motte and Bailey argument is when someone makes a provocative claim that's difficult to defend, the bailey. And then, when confronted with counter-arguments, they walk it back to a much less controversial and easy to defend version of the claim, the motte. For example, Rowling will make an ambiguous claim like sex is real. What does she mean by that? What are the implications? Well, in the podcast, she explains that she thinks it's very sinister that in the Associated Press style guide, it says that instead of referring to a trans woman as a man who identifies as a woman, journalists should simply say a trans woman is a woman.
That, from the Associated Press, is hugely powerful. They've edged from identifies as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman, and I think we all understand what that means, into is a woman. And that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about. We are using language to...
Writing slutty raps, I think it's on the safe side. I don't know.
To make accurate definition of sex difference unspeakable.
Which is of course false, because the words trans and cis exist precisely to make it easy to talk about sex difference. Thanks a lot, Tumblr. God, there's this whole section of the podcast that sort of implies that transgender people were invented on Tumblr, which I'm not even gonna get into because we don't have time. Rowling has also tweeted that she thinks that all people who menstruate must...
That's insane. Invented on Tumblr. My god, Tumblr is just getting blamed for more and more shit. Oh my god.
To be referred to as women. Or was it wumpin? I'm pretty sure it was wump mud. So trans men and trans masculine people, they're all women and must be referred to as women because J.K. Rowling demands it. This is controversial, right? Calling trans women men who identify as women, calling trans men women. This is the Bailey in her Motte and Bailey argument. Trans women are men, trans men are women. That's the controversial interpretation of sex is real. Now, when accused of transphobia and facing backlash, Rowling walks the argument back and says, I'm being persecuted just for saying that women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. Women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. This is the obvious and utterly uncontroversial interpretation of sex is real. The motte. And virtually every argument sophisticated transphobes make about trans people follows this pattern. J.K. Rowling's friend and ally Maya Forstater will tweet inflammatory things like, men cannot change into women. But then when she's criticized, she'll say that she's being attacked for gender critical belief.
Gender critical belief, which is absolutely ordinary belief about sex, that your mother and your grandmother are women, that being female is a thing.
Your mother and grandmother are women. Being female is a thing. That's literally all I'm saying. But if that's literally all she was saying...
That's it, huh? Yeah, no one said that women don't exist, so...
Then no one would be mad, would they? 9. Nar. Men cannot change into women is the Bailey. Your mom is a woman is...
Fuck fap. Good one.
The motte. Your mom's a woman. This is why arguing with these people is infuriating. They'll insinuate that trans women are dangerous rapists, exhibitionists, and voyeurs. Then when trans people understandably get mad, they'll say, look, I'm being attacked just for saying that being female is part of my experience. It's dishonest. They talk a bunch of trash about trans people, and then when trans people talk trash back, they pretend that they're being victimized for making totally innocuous statements. We could name this behavior the birthday boy argument. I dated a 5'8" guy who'd taunt every jacked 6'3" bro he met until they'd pull their fist back to beat him up, whereupon my ex would go, hey, come on, I'm a little guy, I'm just a little guy, no, it's also my birthday, I'm a little birthday boy. And somehow it always worked. So a birthday boy argument is when you make aggressive, inflammatory assertions followed by Teacher, teacher, look what he's doing to me. When the target reacts with anything less than extreme politeness. Another common tactic you'll see anytime Rowling's transphobia is discussed is you'll see someone jump in to say, show me one thing she's said that's transphobic. For example, here's someone on Twitter called Large Gamete Producer. It's funny, isn't it, how these people will insist that awkward inclusive language like people who menstruate is horribly oppressive and degrading, but then they'll just straight up call themselves Large Gamete Producer. Which, by the way, is Rowling's definition of a woman.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
Oh, I like it. It's very brood mother. That Rowling's words regularly appear in gender critical.
The producer of the large gametes. Okay. Yeah. So JK, I hope you know that you're approaching menopause. I hope that you are aware. Got bad news for you. You will not be producing large gametes very soon. Jesus Christ.
Arguments shows the massive influence that she has in the anti-trans movement. She's like their queen, their leader, their headmistress. She's the best thing that ever happened to them. Because Sheila Jeffries certainly wasn't persuading a lot of people. If you know, you know. Large Gamete Producer says, JK isn't anti-trans. Give me just one direct quote that she has said which is anti-trans. Oh, what's that? You can't find one? Well, color me shocked.
Imagine.
Before we waste our time trying to provide examples, let's take a look at Large Gamete Producer's profile. Trans women are not women, they are men. Trans men are not men, they are women. Nothing can change that. Sex is binary. Like, if this person doesn't think that trans women are men are women is a transphobic statement, then what would they consider a transphobic statement? This is why the first question you should always ask such people is, do you believe that transphobia is a legitimate concept? What are some examples of statements that you would consider transphobic? Because many of them don't believe that transphobia is a valid concept because they don't think that trans people are a legitimate minority.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
So when they say, show me an example of something transphobic J.K. Rowling has said, this is a trap. They're just messing with you. There's nothing that she could have said that they would acknowledge as transphobic. Now, if you're someone who believes that transphobia is a valid concept and you believe that trans people are a legitimate minority, but you just genuinely are unaware of what J.K. Rowling has said on the topic, then I will refer you to my past video on J.K. Rowling's transphobia rather than recapping it all here. Just keep in mind that she's gotten significantly worse since I made that video. I mean, just look at her Twitter feed. True, she never says the phrase, I hate trans people.
Yikes. Oh my god.
I mean, just look.
Merry Turfmas. Nice profile, big bro. Defining lesbians as same-sex attracted women excludes and oppresses the most marginalized of all groups. I think that's, i.e. people with penises and beards who want to shag women. And before you say, but they aren't straight men, they're wearing eyeliner, bigot. Joe. What? They're wearing eyeliner? What does that have to do with anything? Literal erasure, yeah. Yeah, this shit is awful. Fucking triggered by a flag. Get out of here.
Look at her Twitter feed. True, she never says the phrase, I hate trans people, because she's not a complete idiot. But Anita Bryant never said, I hate gay people. She said, save our children.
I love homosexuals.
For that matter, I'm pretty sure David Duke doesn't say, "I hate black people," but he will share a lot of statistics about anti-white crime. So this is not really a very good criterion for deciding who's a bigot, is it? What J.K. Rowling does do is tweet again and again about transgender rapists, about the danger trans women pose to cis women. She implies that trans-inclusive language is equivalent to the dystopia of Orwell's 1984. She writes at length about the vague, nefarious cabal of endocrinologists and ideologues that is supposedly persuading confused, vulnerable girls to transition. To quote Washington Post opinion writer Monica Hess, "I do not know what is in Rowling's heart, but reading her Twitter feed, this is the overall effect. Her Twitter feed does not ask its readers to think. It asks them to fear. It creates phobias of trans people. It creates trans phobias." If you will. Rowling has also attacked pro-trans politician Nicola Sturgeon, calling her destroyer of women's rights via a t-shirt she got from anti-trans hate monger Posey Parker.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing.
If there's one thing that I want people to understand about Rowling's transphobia, it's that this is not a case of someone posting a couple insensitive tweets that got blown out of proportion. Rowling is an extremely outspoken opponent of trans rights. This has been her main issue for several years now. And because she's so famous, she's become the de facto global champion of backlash to trans rights. Truly, the Anita Bryant of transphobia, except worse, because she's way more famous and way more liked than Anita Bryant ever was. Rowling has also praised self-described theocratic fascist Matt Walsh for his transphobic propaganda film. She refers to trans women as trans-identified males, known as Tims among people for whom this has become an unhealthy obsession. She retweets images of the trans colors being erased from the progress flag, also the colors representing queer people of color, so, you know, great. Love that. Often, Rowling pretends that she's being transphobic for the principled and valiant purpose of defending lesbians. It's something of a fixation for her. I find this particularly gross because it plays into the lesbophobic trope that gay women are especially anti-trans, when in fact, they're the least transphobic demographic of cis people. According to a survey of young adults in the UK, lesbians were most likely to know a trans person and also most likely, at 96%, to say that they're supportive or very supportive of trans people. So I think it's fair to say that most gay women are probably not super thrilled whenever Jo Rowe the lesbian defender logs on. My own partner is a cis lesbian, and I asked her if she enjoys J.K. Rowling defending her from the transsexuals, and she said,
"It makes me want to gouge out my eyes like Oedipus."
By the way, here is J.K. Rowling enjoying a bit of banter with her friend Baroness Emma Nicholson, the co-founder of Rowling's charity Lumos. Baroness Nicholson is a conservative member of the House of Lords who voted against same-sex marriage in 2013. In 2020, she tweeted in defense of her vote, claiming that gay marriage would lead to degrading the status of women and girls. Truly, one of the great lesbian allies. And in 2022, here is J.K. Rowling joking around with Lady Nicholson. "Excellent question, Emma. Defining lesbians as same-sex attracted women excludes and oppresses the most marginalized of all groups, i.e. people with penises and beards who want to shag women. And before you say, 'But aren't they straight men?' They're wearing eyeliner, bigot." Try for a moment to put aside any nostalgia you may have for the Gryffindor common room, and just look at this interaction for what it is. Two straight women, one of whom is a homophobic peer of the realm, having a nice little chuckle together about how trans women are men wearing eyeliner. So that's it, right? It's over. Case closed. I still like hammering things. I'm not going to argue anymore about whether J.K. Rowling is transphobic, because anyone who believes in transphobia can see that obviously she is. The question now is whether transphobia is the sort of thing that progressives can denounce, the way we at least aspire to denounce racism, misogyny, and homophobia. That's usually what we're talking about when we talk about J.K. Rowling, right? Whether it's fair to cancel her. That's what The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is about. The Rowling debate is a proxy for a larger question. Is transphobia a legitimate viewpoint worthy of polite consideration and respect in liberal humane society? Or is it just an ugly prejudice that we can justifiably react to with scorn and condemnation? And there's an even broader question here about whether we can justifiably react to anything with scorn and condemnation. Is canceling ever warranted? Is it right to condemn racism, homophobia, and misogyny? Or should we allow spokespeople for these prejudices a respected position in the free marketplace of ideas, where we can all sit around debating the legitimacy of gay marriage or the possible merits of a white ethno-state? Is the final solution a myth promulgated by the international Jew? Are yoga pants to blame for sexual violence? Wouldn't the taxpayer save a lot of money if there weren't so many disabled people? Who knows? These are open questions. Let's sit down with people on both sides, on many sides, and have calm, civil conversations about it for the rest of our goddamn lives. Chapter 5, Debate. Sar, I know I did this look before and it's like not related to the video topic at all, but it just makes me feel sliving. The boy who slived. So Megan Phelps Roper's viewpoint seems to be that scorn and condemnation are never appropriate, that we should approach every conflict with empathy and compassion, even when dealing with the worst, most destructive people in the world.
Hi, my name is Megan, and my heretical belief is that even the people who seem to be the worst, most destructive people in the world are human beings who deserve compassion and empathy if we want to find a way to change their minds.
In her book, in her TED Talk, in her public appearances, Megan expresses the idea that society has recently become polarized in some unprecedented way, that we've all become extremists, that in some sense, we've all become the Westboro Baptist Church.
I can't help but see in our public discourse so many of the same destructive impulses that ruled my former church.
She identifies things like certainty, vilification of compromise, us versus them thinking, suppression of empathy, and celebration of death and misfortune as Westboro-like elements in public discourse. And this really bothers Megan because she claims that a decade ago, when she went on Twitter to tweet about how marriage is abominable to God, it was people who engaged her in a civil, rational way that eventually led her to renouncing Westboro's ideology. And I don't entirely disagree with Megan about this. She's totally right that if you want to change people's minds, then approaching them with compassion and empathy is usually the best way to do that. But Megan reaches another conclusion that I don't agree with, which is that because compassion and civil conversation are most likely to persuade people, we should never cancel anyone, even the most horrible bigots. And canceling is a pretty meaningless term at this point, but what Megan means is we shouldn't say mean things to bigots. We shouldn't boycott or counter-protest or raise our voices. We shouldn't shun or exclude anyone, because that's just not how you change minds. And I get why Megan thinks this, right? De-radicalization was a really important part of her life experience. She's also clearly holding out hope that other members of her family will leave Westboro and have a life on the outside. She has a quote from her mom in her Twitter bio. The last lines of her book address her family. "I want to tell them that I love them. I'll just have to find another way." This is touching and human and also kind of a conflict of interest. The problem is, Megan's views about this only make sense if you assume that Megan is the main character of reality. If you assume that the moral improvement of bigots is more important than protecting the people they target. Or if you assume that changing bigots' minds is the only way to make social progress, which it isn't. As far as I know, Anita Bryant is 83 years old, and she's still homophobic. But even without Anita's blessing, gay rights have still somehow managed to progress since the 1970s. Because gay activists didn't need to persuade Anita Bryant. They needed to defeat her. And that's what they did. We have to accept that realistically, persuading all the bigots is just not an option. Yes, we should convince as many people as possible, but there will always be bigots. And mocking them, shaming them, or boycotting them is, I think, a perfectly valid strategy. Does that mean that when we cancel bigots, we're acting kind of like the Westboro Baptist Church. Nar. You would only think that if you're a total moral relativist. I guess controversial opinion, but bigotry is shameful, and it should be shamed. I'll say it. You know, if you're testing out some racist ideas in your head, you might feel afraid to express them publicly for fear of being shamed or judged. Is that because we live in an Orwellian dystopia that punishes people for wrongthink? No, it's because racism is dangerous and shameful, and you should be ashamed of it, and the people judging you are right to do so. And sure, there are some very patient people who devote their lives to de-radicalizing bigots, which I think is a perfectly noble thing to do. There's a guy named Daryl Davis who's befriended members of the Ku Klux Klan for over 30 years, and he claims he's convinced more than 200 of them to leave. And good for him. De-radicalization is a valid strategy, but it cannot be the only strategy, and it must not be the primary strategy. Because we're not going to defeat racism by telling Black people to be a little nicer to racists. Feminists would be wasting their time trying to convince Andrew Tate to respect women. In general, I think that the massive effort that it takes to maybe persuade bigots is better spent persuading other people not to listen to them. And it's also worth cautioning that de-radicalization is often a messy and incomplete process. 20-year-old white nationalist Peter Saitanovic became the face of the fascist Unite the Right rally in 2017 when a photo of him mid-scream, tiki torch in hand, was published in news outlets all over the country. Peter was unrepentant in interviews he gave immediately after the rally, but he began to question his beliefs after befriending a Muslim woman who, according to Charlotte McDonald Gibson, challenged his views without insulting him, allowing him to understand the hurt he had caused. Peter is no longer a white nationalist, but that doesn't mean he's flushed out every trace of bigotry. In a 2019 interview with the London School of Economics student paper, Peter said,
"I don't like the whole transgender thing. You're born either a man or a woman."
So he maybe still has a little bit of work to do. When I did de-radicalization work on YouTube, I used to get some criticism from people of color who were not thrilled that I was bringing a bunch of semi-reformed racists over to the left, a frustration that I totally understand. To paraphrase YouTuber Ian Danskin, diverse leftist communities are maybe not the best holding space for someone who's
a bit of a Nazi but working on it.
In the case of Megan Phelps-Roper, I don't know if she has lingering bigoted sentiments, but what she does have is a kind of hyper-vigilant skepticism about anything she perceives as ideology. This is pretty common with people who used to be religious fundamentalists. They were so certain they were right, only to realize that everything they believed about the world is wrong. So they become distrustful of any strong moral convictions because it reminds them of their former fanaticism.
Coming from Westboro, where I believed so strongly that I was doing the right thing, and then to leave and come to believe that it was so destructive and harmful, I had this moment in time, and it lasted for many months, where I was like, how can I ever trust my own mind again?
This kind of skepticism is in some ways a good impulse, but valuing dispassionate intellectualism above all else can cause problems, especially where topics of social justice are concerned. Because it can lead you to this kind of toxic centrism that asks, why are marginalized people so unwilling to have calm, philosophical debates about whether they should have rights? Are they afraid of dangerous ideas? Atheist philosopher Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, can we talk about how there are too many podcasts? I'm calling for a complete and total shutdown of podcasts until we can figure out what's going on. Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, complained that trans activism and activism in general is plagued by mental illness and hysteria.
I frankly think there's a fair degree of mental instability and even frank mental illness in the activist community. I mean, in really in all activist communities, the level of viciousness and hysteria is, it's hard to know what to compare it to.
Diversity when? Man accuses trans women of being hysterical. Is it really hysteria to react with strong emotions when your basic inclusion in society is up for debate? Aren't there certain situations where strong emotions are warranted? It reminds me of this awful episode of Joe Rogan feat. Ben Shapiro, where Lil Benny argues that gay marriage is immoral with his usual whining sophistry, and Joe gently raises objections for Ben to talk circles around.
The human sex drive was made to procreate within a stable relationship in order to progenerate and have future generations of people. Misuse of that sex drive in any way, whether you're talking about from masturbation to homosexual activity, is therefore a diminishment of the use of that drive. That's the natural law case against homosexual activity.
All of the top comments on this video are like this.
Imagine talking about different beliefs while still having a productive conversation. Things progress when you don't demonize people.
The discussion here was excellent. Two guys with opposing opinions, speaking calmly and intellectually without cursing, shouting and making disparaging comments about each other. This is how it should be done. Kudos to both of them.
Joe is a great interviewer. He can totally disagree with someone and still have a calm, collective conversation. This is how it should be. Just two people sharing ideas, learning different point of views from each other. This is why Joe is the #1 podcast.
Joe Rogan beautifully asks the tough questions, and Ben answers honestly. He is strong in his faith. I love this debate because it's two so contrasting views and they have a civil conversation. Great learning.
And yeah, it's easy for two straight men to have a dispassionate, theoretical conversation about the ethics of homosexuality because it's not their lives and their relationships that are up for debate. These people don't understand the emotional burden placed on marginalized people who are asked to defend their rights. If you're straight, do you want to publicly debate whether your marriage is valid? Andrew Dworkin claimed that penetrative heterosexual intercourse is inherently an act of violence. I've noticed that most straight men don't want to have a calm, civil conversation about that. So imagine how they'd react if there was a powerful political movement to criminalize penetration or revoke their right to marry. Add in a lifetime of ostracism, family rejection, bullying, and discrimination, and maybe then you'll begin to understand the hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precept that I find to be beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun. That is insane.
Wow, Ben Shapiro threatening violence because he can't handle the debate. Sounds like a classic case of hysteria to me. Why can't Ben Shapiro just have a polite conversation about Beto O'Rourke transing his children?
I now have two choices. One is to leave the country
Yeah, a little hysterical, Ben. Might want to calm down.
utterly. Two is to pick up a gun. Those are the only choices that you have left me.
Dave Rubin is a gay conservative whose career requires that he convince his right-wing audience that he's one of the good ones. This means that he's willing to sit across from his so-called friend, homophobe Ben Shapiro, and listen to Ben say he would never attend his anniversary party because it would be tantamount to endorsing sin.
There's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful.
The two of them then congratulate themselves about how they can still be great friends.
Why is it that we're able to do this and most people can't do this?
Because
that's what I'm curious
about. We go home
about.
at night and we can have our own lives.
And here's Dave having a civil conversation with conservative Glenn Beck, who compares homosexuality to alcoholism and then congratulates himself on having the conversation.
I'm a deeply religious man, and my religion says man and a woman, that is the basic building block of family. And that's what I believe, but I also know God created you just like he created me, flaws and all. I believe I have a gene, they've never found it, that makes me very susceptible to alcoholism because it runs in my family. So does craziness, but it runs in my family.
Well, Dave smiles and nods, probably because he's thinking about how much he enjoys the taste of boots.
Usually, I just take out a picture of me and DeSantis, and then we're good, because they get it, that's my governor, yeah.
I think a lot of straight people look at Dave Rubin and they see, finally, A reasonable gay person who doesn't scream bigot at everyone who disagrees and can actually have a civil conversation. But that's not what I see. I look at Dave Rubin and I see a spineless, bootlicking doormat who won't even defend his own family from the most fundamental disrespect. I also can't help but notice that none of these civil conversations seem to change anyone's mind. Persuasion is more complicated and less rational than people think. Megan often says that she was de-radicalized on Twitter, but if you read her book carefully, you'll notice that that's not exactly true. The major precipitating event for Megan's crisis of faith was her mother's mistreatment at the hands of an increasingly misogynistic church leadership that made Megan feel like she was the victim of the church for once. She says of the church discipline, "For the first time in my life, the accused were people I lived with and knew most intimately, and I knew that the judgments leveled by the elders were wrong. I could no longer blindly trust the judgment of these men." So she finally experienced firsthand what it's like to be the victim of her family. She stopped voting for the leopards eating people's faces party only when the leopards ate her face. It also seems relevant to notice that the people who had calm, civil conversations with Megan on Twitter were generally not gay people, the people most affected by her family's violent rhetoric. They were mostly straight men, like director Kevin Smith, who started #SaveMegan because, quote, "she's hot." There's often an erotic component to persuasion, and that certainly seems to be the case with Megan, because one of the people who helped de-radicalize her is now her husband. And I feel like that's a relevant detail if we're trying to understand the role of reason and emotion in de-radicalization experiences. I think this experience is usually more akin to religious conversion than it is to logical reasoning. There's also a world of difference between the mostly private conversations that actually lead people to reflect on their beliefs and the spectacle of public debate. Ben Shapiro is never going to become less homophobic because he live streamed a civil conversation with Dave Rubin. So who is this conversation even for? Well, obviously,
definitely not, of all people, Dave Rubin. Definitely not that. Agree.
Obviously, it's for the audience. I think these civil conversations basically function to reassure a homophobic audience that just because they disagree with the lifestyle doesn't mean that they hate gay people. Look at Ben Shapiro. He's friends with a gay. Public debate is one way that we define the limits of the Overton window, the range of beliefs that is socially acceptable to hold. So often people who want to promote bigotry will use debate as a foot in the door. It's a way of establishing that their prejudices are within the realm of reasonable and socially accepted opinion. Here's obsessive anti-trans bigot Graham Linehan in a fury that a drag queen is on Doctor Who without the British public having a proper debate about these issues. Now, why do we need to have a proper debate about whether drag queens should be allowed on television when drag performance has been a staple of British entertainment since at least the time of Shakespeare?
Life is a joke that's just begun. Three little maids from school. Fishy, 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 fish.
As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love. As I am woman, now alas the day.
Bigots like Graham want a perpetual debate on their own terms because this is how they dignify their pearl clutching. It's how they convince the public that their moral panic about drag queens on TV is actually a valid concern, rather than the tedious, small-minded whining about nothing that it really is. Having the debate on a bigot's terms is not a good way to win people over, unless you're really skilled in the art of humiliating people, which most of the time is what public debate is actually about. This is something that J.K. Rowling doesn't seem to understand. In the witch trials of J.K. Rowling, Joro takes a contradictory stance on deplatforming. She brings up right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, saying that activists are making a strategic error and giving Milo power by protesting his events, making him look dangerous and sexy. But when trans people try to deplatform TERFs, Rowling characterizes this as silencing. So is deplatforming a strategic error that gives power to your opponent? Or is it a powerful tactic of silencing? I find Rowling's conviction that we ought to debate Milo Yiannopoulos really out of touch. Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't have reasons for the things he does. He has strategies for humiliating people.
I've taken some time out of my busy schedule, being fabulous and doing my hair, to prepare a speech for you. Well, a few remarks, really. Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
To again quote Ian Danskin, you can't really reason with someone who thinks that feminism is cancer, because you don't reason with cancer, you eradicate it. Rowling objects to the slogan, no debate, in the strongest possible terms.
And then we come to the famous two-word slogan, the stock phrase, no debate, no debate, no debate. We hear it all the time. That alarms me, really alarms me. I can't think of a purer instance of authoritarianism than no debate.
It's kind of amazing to me that someone could think angry trans people on Twitter are the purest example of authoritarianism. I truly hope that one day I am privileged enough to be capable of such a perspective. Before I move on, I do want to clarify that I do think there are trans issues that are legitimately debatable by people who are not bigots. In my opinion, trans women in women's sports is one of those issues. But it's a complicated issue. Like, first of all, which sport are we talking about? Are we talking about figure skating? Middle school field hockey? I see no reason why trans girls should be excluded from that. But if we're talking about professional weightlifting, well, then it seems plausible that trans women who have been through male puberty may still retain some kind of group advantage. But not all trans women have experienced male puberty. People are transitioning younger now, and that's another thing you have to consider. So I'm not against debating this issue, I just want people to approach it with nuance and good faith. And currently, a lot of the people who are vocally against trans women in women's sports sound like this.
And we will keep men out of women's sports. Right? How ridiculous. That will take place on day one.
And I don't want to debate those people. I want to serve them a banana cream pie. Chapter 6. Illiberal Methods. One of J.K. Rowling's core complaints about the trans rights movement is she sees it as illiberal in its methods.
So when I first became interested and then deeply troubled by what I saw as a cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods.
God, I hate her so much.
So what are these illiberal methods?
Holy shit, guess who's back?
If you are saying this person is cancelled.
You did not say that Milo is pretty cute. Take that back right now. Take that back right now.
That is the language of a dictator.
It's true. Cancel culture is exactly how the Third Reich started. First, they canceled the socialists, and I did not speak out because the hashtag was trending. But maybe we should see what an actual dictator thinks.
Пресловутая культура отмены превратилась в отмену культуры. Не так давно отменили детского писателя Джоан Роулинг за то, что она автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод.
You know, I can't help but wonder what counts as acceptable activist methods to an author for whom Hermione protesting slavery was taking things too far.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement. I do not see this particular movement as either benign or powerless.
Rowling seems to think that the trans rights movement is dangerous and authoritarian in some unprecedented way that makes it different from all past liberation movements. But how? What are these illiberal methods that distinguish trans rights activism from similar past movements? Canceling? Anita Bryant was way more cancelled than J.K. Rowling ever will be. Boycotts? Boycotts have been a staple of every progressive movement in modern history. Disrupting feminist meetings? Disrupting feminist meetings is a feminist tradition. Haven't you heard of the Lavender Menace? In 1969, Betty Friedan, author of The Feminine Mystique and founder of the National Organization for Women and second-wave feminism in general, coined the phrase Lavender Menace to describe the threat she believed that lesbians posed to the women's movement. Friedan was worried that being associated with lesbians would make it easy to dismiss the movement as a bunch of mannish man-haters. This understandably pissed off a bunch of lesbians who attended the Second Congress to Unite Women in 1970 to stage what used to be known as a ZAP, a disruptive public protest designed to draw attention to gay rights issues. Think glitter bombing, think pies, half aggression, half whimsy, like that time the lesbian Avengers zapped Rowling's friend Baroness Nicholson's house, demanding that she resign. This podcast has pushed me over the edge. Centrism has gone too far and I am now pro-cancel culture. So just as the meeting was beginning, a group of 17 lesbians wearing Lavender Menace t-shirts switched off the lights, pulled the plug on the mic, and charged down the aisles laughing and screaming. Their leader, Rita Mae Brown, took the mic and yelled, "This conference won't proceed until we talk about lesbians in the women's movement." One of the NOW organizers yelled back, "I object to your coming in and taking over this meeting. You're acting like men." Betty Friedan would later speculate that the lesbians were a CIA psyop designed to make the women's movement look bad. So the Lavender Menace disrupted the feminist meeting using illiberal tactics, not because they were against feminism, but because they wanted lesbian exclusionary feminists to include them. It's the same thing that's happening today when trans people disrupt feminist meetings, as J.K. Rowling puts it, interestingly neglecting to mention which feminist meetings these are.
I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings. There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging and kicking on windows, very threatening.
Poor victim. Poor baby little victim. Oh.
There's a historical obliviousness to Rowling's idea that trans activists are somehow more aggressive than similar past movements. Like she retweeted a transphobic gay man called Dennis Noel Kavanagh, who says, "All those gay rights and AIDS protests, I don't remember a single one where we intimidated or silenced a woman. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not
really?
a single
Oh, really?
one. Not a single one." Dennis has also tweeted that he preferred AIDS to the trans movement. And also, quote, "I will..."
There isn't anything wrong with him, really. What the fuck? What? There isn't anything wrong with him, really. Explain. He's a Nazi. Oh, yeah, right. Right. That little thing. How dare you not let me exclude you from this discussion of women's issues? Yeah. Yeah. Feminism for me and not for thee.
"Will fucking nail you to a wall what you have done to these innocent children."
For his personality, okay. I see. If he was just a completely different person inside, I got you.
"Your mutilation of these little humans because they were gay will be nothing compared to what I will do to you legally. You think you are ghouls? Wait till I deal with you, bastard, and I mean to." Dennis? It's time to log off, Gorge. I do wonder, does Dennis threatening to nail people to a wall count as illiberal methods? I guess J.K. Rowling doesn't think so because she's never condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to welcome him back. And she continues to retweet him. I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults, I don't support that, and I've called it out in the past. Like when the leftist streamer Vosh, drama alert, who is not trans, tweeted at J.K. Rowling, "Women be..."
God. Vosh. No, not the Vosh mention. Fucking Voosh. Voosh. Jeopardy sounds like a slur. It does. It does.
Quieter and start apologizing challenge. I called him out, tweeting, doing edgy ironic misogyny while defending trans people.
Well, I actually know why it sounds like a slur, because it sounds close to an actual slur.
Magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism. I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course, Vosh took the criticism really well, explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to J.K. Rowling, and then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally telling his followers to publicly shame me.
The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on that.
Then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Move you off this site and into... I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirmed to me that Vosh doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vosh, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is, I have no qualms about calling out people on my side whenever they go too far or cross a line, or do stupid tweets and then mansplain to me about how I don't understand tactical misogyny. Idiot. But the same cannot be said of J.K. Rowling. I have never once seen her call out any of the bigotry and abusiveness that is absolutely rampant in the gender-critical movement. There's a great video called J.K. Rowling's New Friends by YouTuber Sean that exposes the dishonesty of framing this conflict as meek, concerned feminists versus the abusive trans mob. A framing that the witch trials of J.K. Rowling accepts uncritically, citing numerous examples of death threats and abusiveness from trans advocates.
Things like, kill TERFs 2014. How about slowly and horrendously murder TERFs in saw-like torture machines and contraptions?
Now, I don't think anyone should joke about putting people in saw traps, but also, how serious is this threat that was posted to Tumblr in 2014? Let's use our critical thinking skills here. Do you think that Jigsaw, the villain from the Saw movies, has a Tumblr account and is threatening TERFs? Or do you think this was posted by a 14-year-old? The podcast cites 0 examples of death threats and abusiveness from anti-trans bigots. And it's not exactly like you have to dig deep to find any. I can fill the screen up with examples just from people who J.K. Rowling has explicitly supported or interacted with. I will drive you out into the desert and bury you 9 feet down, one tweet says, from a fan of J.K. Rowling. First I'll set you on fire and piss on your half-alive corpse. Fuck trans activism, fuck gender ideology, and fuck you. Another threat from the same user is so graphically violent and sexual, I don't know if I can even read it aloud without violating the YouTube terms of service. But threats like this from the gender critical side are simply not mentioned in the witch trials of J.K. Rowling. Both Rowling and Meghan seem happy to cherry-pick threatening tweets and sound bites of shouting protesters,
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist!
as evidence that the trans movement is dangerous and insidious to the core. But this exact technique has been used against literally every liberation movement in world history. For example, let's consider Reclaim the Night, the protest movement against sexual violence in Britain, which first got J.K. Rowling interested in feminism in the 1970s. Here's how The Guardian, Britain's spineless centrist paper of note, covered a Reclaim the Night protest in 1979. Chanting slogans against rape seems reasonable to promote awareness, but what about the hissing and swearing at any innocent male, and cries of castrate men? We were all sympathetic to the principles of the women's liberation movement, but we left the crowd of shouting, torch-bearing women when it became clear
not do well in the witch trials of J-Keepers. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, me too, honestly. I would not fare well in the witch trials.
That my friend's brother was running.
Should I be worried?
The risk of personal mutilation if you remained with us. The protesters were allegedly singing, "Here I stand, my knife in hand, free cast."
Hey, unrelated question. What's your middle name? Just wondering.
Castration on demand. So this is how the British press covered the women's movement. Angry, torch-bearing women screaming, "Castrate men!" Now, is that a fair representation of the women's movement? Should we judge every movement by its most militant extremists? Is it fair, say,
In the stocks at the Hague doesn't catch my good side. Oh my god.
to pretend that Valerie Solanas, who shot Andy Warhol, who advocated for male extermination in her Society for Cutting Up Men manifesto, is representative of feminism as a whole? Many anti-feminists over the years have done exactly that. But it's not fair, is it? So why does J.K. Rowling think it's fair to judge the trans movement by the worst things trans people have ever tweeted?
I want her to choke on my
A small 1.5 million person understanding. They don't get irony. They just don't get how avant-garde it was. Sure.
my fat trans dick.
And I made excuses for you then.
In the 4th episode of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Megan interviews New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who has written sympathetically about transphobic feminism. There's a moment in this interview where Michelle kind of stumbles into an honest observation that I find fascinating.
Right. I mean, I think you'll often hear people say, you know, I'm not going to debate my basic humanity. And part of the difficulty is that there are indeed certain issues which we have sort of decided somewhat collectively with some sort of consensus are beyond the realm of debate. And I think that part of what is so difficult about this issue is that there's certain people who think that this kind of consensus can be imposed maybe as opposed to evolve organically. And so they're sort of desperately trying to shore it up in the hopes, I think, that if they can, they will enjoy the same sort of assumed protection as other groups whose rights we've decided are not up for public conversation. I think the problem is that we don't actually.
Some of the people involved did get lettery. Good one.
Have a consensus.
So Michelle correctly observes that the reason trans people are often reluctant to debate our rights is that we want the same assumed protections as other groups whose rights liberals have decided are not up for debate. But then, Michelle suggests that trans people have to debate our rights because there isn't a mainstream consensus that we deserve rights. I am really curious to know how Michelle Goldberg thinks that past liberation movements have succeeded. Like, does she think that women's suffrage just evolved organically? Did suffragettes just have calm, civil conversations about whether women are intellectually capable of voting until all the misogynists were rationally persuaded? No, they stood up and demanded their right to vote. Sometimes violently, especially in the UK. Like, people forget this, maybe because they were called suffragettes, which is kind of a cutesy name, but the suffragettes, they murdered people. They were suffragette terrorists. They broke windows, they bombed churches, they set fire to a theater. In 1909, a suffragette attacked Winston Churchill with a horsewhip. Queen shit, honestly. The English suffragette Mary Lee threw a fucking hatchet at the Prime Minister's head. And my point is not to advocate terrorism or to excuse the terrorism of past movements. I think these kinds of tactics have tended to turn people against the movement. I don't think it's effective, but let's not pretend that past movements have never made demands before everyone was ready. Because there never has been, and there never will be a time when everyone is ready. I mean, Mary Wollstonecraft published The Vindication of the Rights of Women in 1792, and misogyny, in case you hadn't noticed, remains rampant. So there never has been a consensus about women's rights, and there probably never.
You're telling me there's still misogyny today, even after we gave women the right to vote? What more do they want? What more could they possibly want? Oh, that hurt to say. I hate it here. Oh, save me.
Will be. In fact, marginalized groups wouldn't need rights if there was a consensus that we deserve rights. The whole reason to have rights is to protect you from the kind of people who think you shouldn't have them. I mean, it's a nice thought that we can just politely persuade everyone to give us rights, but the reality is that's not how this works, and it never has been. Like, how do these—
Pretty please, can I just have a little bit of rights? Just a little bit, please? I just want a little bit more rights.
Debate me centrists think that slavery ended in the United States. Well, between 1861 and 1865, there was a little event called the American Civil Debate.
You count them as people? Yeah. Yep. And, like, the fact that we just included, like, a North African, slash, I think it's, like, North African, Middle Eastern, like, checkbox, like, literally this year. Like, we just did that. Insane.
See what I'm holding in my hand? This is a high caliber idea that I picked off the polite discussion field of Manassas. Do you people think that American schools were integrated because all the white people in the South were persuaded that segregation is bad? No, dum-dums. Eisenhower had to send in the 101st Airborne to enforce that shit at gunpoint. And my point is not to equate LGBT rights movements with black civil rights. I am aware that being a white queer person is not in any way equivalent to living in the aftermath of slavery. I'm just saying that there's this tendency to sanitize history and to imagine that progress was smooth and bloodless, that consensus evolved organically, when it just didn't. And then people get the impression that current movements are somehow more militant than successful past movements when they just aren't.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement, a cultural movement.
Like, all the rights that we have today were written in blood. "101 Street? 101 ST? What's that? Deployed domestically. What is this?
That was illiberal in its methods. And I believe absolutely that
Airborne Division, the Armed Forces. Wait. Yeah. Are you kidding? Wait, you didn't know that? Hot dropped first into every U.S. war zone. Yeah. No, we've had several war zones in the U.S. Several. Do you not know about, like, the MOVE bombing? Was it not? Oh, is the police department? It's even more fucked. Honestly, like... Oh. Yeah. I mean, they don't give a shit. Like, Trump wanted to send in the National Guard just for BLM, like, I don't know.
that there is something dangerous about this movement and it must be challenged.
Why is J.K. Rowling like this? Chapter 7. Why is J.K. Rowling like this? J.K. Rowling loves to quote radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, whomst I've already mentioned a couple times in this video.
I myself favor violence. Deeply. I favor it.
Dworkin is known for her extreme sex-negative views, which I don't agree with, but she was an interesting writer, one of those half-crazed savants who gets in your head, who you can't stop thinking about. In my opinion, Dworkin's best book is Right-Wing Women, published in 1983, the era of Phyllis Schlafly and Anita Bryant. Right-Wing Women is an analysis of why so many women are drawn to conservative politics.
Andrea Dworkin? More like Andrea Dorkin. Get it? Dork.
Seemingly against their own interests. Anyone who's interested in understanding the gender critical movement, a crypto-reactionary backlash disguising itself as feminism, should read this book. In Dworkin's analysis,
the political right makes certain metaphysical and material promises to women that both exploit and quiet some of women's deepest fears. No one can bear to live a meaningless life. Women fight for meaning just as women fight for survival.
And conservative politics promises women meaning.
The right offers women a simple, fixed, predetermined social, biological, and sexual order. Form conquers chaos. Form banishes confusion.
The gender critical movement offers women a brutally simple understanding of sex and gender. A woman is an adult human female. Right-wing anti-trans activist Posey Parker has made this phrase into the motto of the gender critical movement. Adult human female. It's on billboards, it's on t-shirts, it's on banners, signs, and tweets. Presented with the authority of a dictionary definition.
It's so stupid. Note that the dictionary doesn't say assigned female at birth. Notice that quirky little detail.
It's rigid, it's orderly, it's immutable. There are no exceptions, there are no blurred lines, there can be no change. This mantra is a defense against the conceptual instability and chaos that gender criticals fear. The same fear that once drove homophobic women like Anita Bryant.
Just biologically, that God made mothers so that we could reproduce. Homosexuals cannot reproduce biologically.
Erasing the concept of sex.
So what? We don't have to reproduce biologically anymore. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
Removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives.
Dworkin says,
I had a friend who was like the daughter of two lesbians, and like her biological father was one of the like women's brothers. So like whatever. Who cares? Like, it's family, man. You just need family. That's, like, the biggest part, is that, like, people do better with two parents just because of, like, you can't survive on one parent's income. So, not violent protests. You don't need to be if one. Yes. Please do a little less of that. Yeah.
Within the frame of male domination, there is a good reason for women to hate homosexuality, both male and female. Women are interchangeable as sex objects. Women are slightly less disposable.
Jesus Christ. That's so fucking misogynistic to say. Hello, internalized misogyny. Please go to therapy.
As mothers. The only dignity and value women get is as mothers. Jesus Having children Christ. Is the one social
What the fuck? What?
Contribution credited to women. It is the bedrock of women's social worth. Without childbearing, women know they have nothing. Homosexuality for women means having nothing. It means extinction.
Substitute transgenderism for homosexuality, and you'll understand the gender critical movement. J.K. Rowling's definition of woman is this.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
The producer of the large gametes. Rowling says her primary concern about young trans men is the loss of fertility.
Homosexuality, its rise in public visibility, attempts to socially legitimize or protect it, makes women expendable. The one thing women can do and be valued for will no longer be valued. Male homosexuality is especially terrifying because it suggests a world without women altogether. A world in which women are extinct.
This exact fear appears frequently in gender critical.
Yeah, like there's so many women that can't give birth. Can't conceive naturally. Like so many. You would be surprised. Like I've known quite a few women. Pump heads on the doorway with the gas bands. What? What is that sentence? It's a brand new sentence. Apparently unnatural abominations. Yeah.
Rhetoric. Trans activists are erasing women. They're erasing biological sex. They're going to call us pregnant people. Confused girls are being robbed of their precious fertility. Trans women are going to replace biological women.
As a woman, I feel threatened because biological men are aggressively replacing women.
Aggressively replacing women. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You will not replace us! Sometimes this paranoia ramps up to the point of obsession, and the results can be dazzling. In September 2022, Maya...
They're an active threat to your sacred role as a baby factory. Oh, of course. How could I miss it? If only I could give infertile women my, like, fertility. If I could, like, pawn it off. Like, 1 fertility. Going for 100K. First bidder, please. Like, without having to, like, actually sell eggs or, like, do surrogacy. Like, just hand away. Take the eggs and do what you will. But I don't want to have surgery, because that sounds kind of painful. Where did you go so wrong to not be married at 14? Oh my god, I know. Honestly. Basically, I'm an old hag now, so. Pump and push red. Pump and push. I hate that. I hate that so much. Fucking breeders. I think we should add breeders to the next version of the DSM. Because they're sick.
Forstater, who you'll remember as the anti-trans activist whom J.K. Rowling came out as a TERF to defend, went on a full-blown Twitter rampage because the Hertfordshire County Libraries announced they were changing their children's storytime mascot from the Book Start Bear. If you don't know where this is going, strap in, from the Book Start Bear to a bright, vibrant, gender-neutral creature called Tala.
Oh no.
Are you enraged? If not, you haven't been spending enough time on Mumsnet. Maya tweeted the words of an indignant mother who referred to Talia, wait, wasn't it Tala? Referring to Talia as a trans bear with they-them pronouns, describing the mascot as ideological, creepy, and gaslighting. I cannot express how—
You're kidding. What the fuck? There's so many characters that, like, weren't explicitly gendered. Like, I'm still not sure what gender Piglet was. I don't really know, man. I don't think it really matters to the plot, like, honestly. Like, a fucking cartoon bear, right. Yeah, like, who cares?
how upset I feel. The library jumped in to clarify that
Why do you want to give it a cock and balls? Literally.
Tala, not Talia, isn't trans, they are an alien. Maya then demanded to know how this alien was birthed. Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from a mama? Some people tried to reason with Maya. There's an advantage in having a character that isn't identifiably male or female, as it can be equally relatable to either sex and avoid promoting
Thank you! There's so many!
gender stereotypes. But Maya was not convinced. It seems highly unlikely that an alien that had evolved with such recognizable vertebrate body plan is not sexually reproducing. It's a relatable anthropomorphic character, not a slime mold. I need to know how the alien fucks right now.
Literally, why are they so obsessed with how the alien fucks? Why do they need to know how the alien fucks? Look. What you do in your own time, that's your own business, but for the love of God.
I said I need to know how the alien fucks before I can show it to my child. When Twitter understandably laughed it up at Maya's expense, she just kept posting. And she posted hard. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone post so hard. In a lengthy diatribe, Maya wrote about the miseries of new motherhood.
Wow.
You are in charge of a baby. You have never done this before. You haven't had a good night's sleep for months and won't for years. Everyone has an opinion on what you are doing right and wrong, and you've become invisible. You had politics. You had a career. You had interests. You had a sex life. Now you have the daily needs of a completely dependent person, and your world has
This all sounds so fucking sad.
Shrunk. The fact that these men and the young women that cheer them on think this is so laughable reflects society's disdain for mothers. This is what it means to say a woman is not a feeling or a costume. This is why the hub of the resistance.
Real women hate everyone. If you're a real woman, you resent every person you come into contact with, okay? That's just the way it
is on Mumsnet. So I am fascinated by this thread. I think it's one of the most revealing texts in gender critical history. Because you know what? Maya
globalized exploitative labor practices. Pop off, keepers. This is the kind of spam that I like. That's the shit I do like.
Forstetter actually does have valid concerns. But the concerns she has that are valid have nothing to do with trans people. And they definitely have nothing to do with an adorable cartoon alien. Honestly, reading this, I have some concerns. Concerns like, where is Maya's husband? I know she has one. Isn't raising children supposed to be a mutual project? No one should have to feel this alone raising children. That is a valid concern. Oh my god, we actually found one. It's like finding El Dorado. A valid concern. A valid concern. Isn't what's going on here that Maya is taking legitimate feelings of being overburdened and underappreciated and displacing those feelings onto transgender people? This is exactly how the gender critical movement recruits, by providing a scapegoat to frustrated women. It's not your husband's neglect, it's not the increasing atomization of society, it's not the indignities of aging, it's Tala, the non-binary alien, with its dungarees and smug aura of gender neutrality. Mumsnet is the hub of the resistance to non-binary cartoons. It's too much, these people are too much. Okay, we have to be serious now. The political right also promises women safety and security.
For women, the world is a very dangerous place. The right acknowledges the reality of danger, the validity of fear. The right then manipulates the fear.
Women fear and resent male violence, which they're most likely to experience from the men closest to them. Boyfriends, husbands, and fathers.
They're most likely to be killed by sexual partners.
But the need to survive in a male-dominated society means that women's legitimate fears and resentments often cannot be directed at the men with power.
Inevitably, this causes women to take the rage and contempt they feel for the men who actually abuse them, those close to them, and project it onto others, those far away, foreign, or different.
And this displacement of rage is just transparently what's going on with J.K. Rowling. In her essay about sex and gender issues, Rowling speculates that trans men are transitioning to be the son her father wanted.
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
And she describes the lingering trauma from her first violent marriage.
The marriage at this point has turned very violent and very controlling.
And that, she says, is why she decided to speak out against the transgender movement. If you try to understand this rationally, it looks like a total non sequitur, but if you look at it emotionally, there's a kind of logic to it.
The existence of the dangerous outsider always functions for women simultaneously as deception, diversion, painkiller, and threat. Women cling to irrational hatreds focused particularly on the unfamiliar, so that they will not murder their fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, lovers, the men with whom they are intimate, those who do hurt them.
In the 1970s, many conservative women displaced this rage onto lesbians, the threatening outsider of the day. Dworkin attended the National Women's Conference in 1977, where she spoke to a lot of women about their fear of lesbians.
Right-wing women consistently spoke to me about lesbians as if lesbians were rapists, certified committers of sexual assault against women and girls. To them, the lesbian was inherently monstrous, experienced almost as a demonic sexual force hovering closer and closer. She was the dangerous intruder, encroaching, threatening by her very presence a sexual order that cannot bear scrutiny.
Sounds kind of hot. I mean, besides the rape part, but demonic sexual force hovering closer and closer? Mommy, please.
Or withstand challenge.
It's almost surreal to read this because of how precisely it describes how gender criticals talk about trans women.
Pronouns are like Rohypnol. They dull your defenses. They change your inhibitions. They're meant to.
Now, it's true that trans-exclusionary radical feminism began as an offshoot of far-left lesbian separatism, with academic feminist Janice Raymond writing in 1979 that transsexualism should be morally mandated out of existence. But the gender-critical movement was always destined to become a right-wing movement, because it has the structure of a right-wing movement, taking women's fear and rage toward familiar men and displacing it onto an unfamiliar outsider. The momentum behind this is just too ripe an opportunity for conservatives to pass up. As Dworkin says,
because women so displace their rage, they are easily controlled and manipulated haters. Women require symbols of danger that justify their fear. The right provides these symbols of danger by designating clearly defined groups of outsiders as sources of danger.
In the 2020s, anti-trans bigotry has become a keystone of Conservative Party platforms, both in the UK, where Lee Anderson, deputy chair of the Conservative Party, predicts that the next election will be won on
probably a mixture of culture wars and trans debate, and
in the US, where the ACLU is currently tracking more than 450 anti-LGBT bills, including more than 130 gender-affirming care bans, 51 trans sports bans, 40 drag bans, 29 trans bathroom bans, and 21 bans defining trans people out of the law. Republicans have escalated anti-trans rhetoric to eliminationist extremes that have most trans people in this country living in a constant state of fear for our future.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
The left is attacking our children, pushing sex talk, transgender extremism, and noxious politics in our schools. We should reject this demonic assault on the innocence of our children and stand fast against leftist efforts to mutilate their bodies and minds.
Notice none of them talking about all of the fucking priests being uncovered for literal child rape. So that's interesting how they didn't mention that at all. None of them find it of note. The hundreds and hundreds of priests who are raping children. But yeah, this one small percent of the population. Gotta eradicate them, I guess. Cool.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
I will revoke every Biden policy promoting the chemical castration and sexual mutilation of our youth.
Jesus.
And ask Congress to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
A few gender criticals still want to insist they have nothing to do with right-wing anti-trans bigots, like Helen Lewis.
I mean, TERF is basically witch.
Who attempts in her interview in The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling to distinguish between the transphobia of the far right and that of feminists.
I think the hardest thing for outsiders to understand is that there are two different arguments going on. One is the traditional conservative right argument, which is anti-LGBT. The other one is a criticism from the left, in which it says sometimes male people and female people have different interests, no matter how the male people identify.
But as a trans person, I don't care whether you justify your transphobia in the name of protecting women or protecting children. Whether it's radical feminist Janice Raymond calling for transsexualism to be morally mandated out of existence, or conservative Catholic Michael Knowles calling for transgenderism to be eradicated from public life, it's the same repulsive bigotry to me. And in any case, the gender-critical movement has recently reached an implicit consensus that they're mostly done pretending to be feminist. The rising star of the movement, Posey Parker, aka Kelly J. Keane Minshall, rejects feminism entirely.
Do you call yourself a feminist now?
No.
Did you ever call yourself a feminist?
I probably did for a short time.
But so you wouldn't be said like a Julie Bindel type feminist?
No, well, some feminists, I mean, Julie Bindel has been critical of mothers in the past, and I think that's a theme flowing through feminism.
I'm not a feminist! I'm not a feminist!
This is not Andrea Dworkin. This is Phyllis Schlafly. Parker's campaign is currently funded by the right-wing CPAC.
I mean, shit, at least she admits that she's not a feminist. I'd rather that than calling yourself a TERF. Oh.
CPAC came along and said that they would sponsor our events and cover all of our insurance throughout our whole trip, which is really kind of them. But what
do you mean by this? Eradicate, interestingly, is a word common to both viewpoints. Is this a great people on both sides moment? Having a little Trump moment?
we would need to do is we would need to show that we were working for them, working with them.
She has no qualms about collaborating with far-right white nationalists.
I want to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me tell you what she's been saying. She's a Republican, but I agree with her wholeheartedly.
She's opposed abortion and contraception for teenagers.
Why are we enabling children to take sometimes contraceptives that are quite harmful, or access to abortion? I think that we really need to rethink all of this. I think parents need to take back control of their children.
She's called trans people fools and perverts.
Transgenderism is nuts. It's for fools and perverts.
She's denied that transgender is a legitimate concept.
It's not a real thing. There's no such thing as being born in the wrong body. There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people.
I'm so tired. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm so tired of her fucking face. Oh my god. What a fucking cunt. Anti-trans bloc is literally neo-eugenics. Yes.
That call themselves these things, that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's common to both, like, Nazis and now. I got you.
But when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
She's called trans women pedophiles.
We know that if a man has a paraphilia of dressing as a woman, the most likely cross-paraphilia is paedophilia. We know that these men have multiple
Fucking source? What the fuck are you talking about? That's not true, dude.
They don't ever stop at one.
She's said that each and every woman who stands in her way will be annihilated.
Each and every one of you women who stand in my way, each and every one of you, let me just tell you, you will be annihilated.
She's called on armed men to end.
Yeah. by you and your fucking cultists. Jesus Christ, you're gonna be eradicated too. You are also not safe. Holy fuck. You're either gonna be eradicated or just be like a baby factory. Like, I don't, it's not looking great for you, Sweaty.
Enter women's restrooms to attack anyone they perceive as not a real woman.
And men, for once, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any apps.
The fuck does carrying a gun have to do with this? Where is she going?
Absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you...
Do you think the market will respond positively to a rape slave? Keepers! Bro! I think that's already like a niche fetish porn category. So maybe not that. Maybe not that. I say pretty sure because I don't know. I would never search something like that. Definitely I would not know about such rare categories.
You should start using women's toilets, men.
And she's said that women who call themselves men should be sterilized, which seems to be a little bit in tension with J.K. Rowling's concern about the fertility of confused girls. You know, you might look at these differences of opinion between Rowling and Parker. Little things like pro-feminist versus anti-feminist, left versus right, pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, concern about trans men's fertility versus advocating forced sterilization of trans men, against annihilating women who stand in your way versus pro-annihilating each and every woman who stands in your way. You might look at these differences and expect that these two women would be at odds, but they aren't. Because promoting anti-trans bigotry is a common cause that for both of them trumps all else. In 2020, Posey Parker paid for a poster reading "I Heart J.K. Rowling" to be displayed at a railway station in Edinburgh, and Rowling has tweeted
That's some real sip behavior.
In defense of Parker numerous times and has modeled her t-shirts. So, the gender-critical movement, started by lesbian separatists in the 1970s, has finally passed into the hands of Pound Shop Ava Browns, as gender-critical lesbian Julie Bindel memorably described them. It's a movement that has no beliefs apart from a shared determination to reduce the number of trans people.
In the numbers we're currently seeing, particularly of young people coming forward, I find cause for doubt.
Yes. In the meantime, while we're trying to get through to the decision makers, we have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And that's for two reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second one is every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like if you've got people that, and whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation in a sane world where we re-acknowledge the truth of sex.
So to wrap this up, is the backlash against J.K. Rowling a witch hunt? Unequivocally, no. It's very thoroughly deserved. But I will say this, a movement can't get along without a devil. And across the whole political spectrum, there's a misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil. Whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling. And there's always going to be people who seize on any opportunity to be misogynist.
A wholesale awful person, truly. Through and through, just rotten to the core, disgusting human.
So, I would advise trans people and our allies to keep in mind that J.K. Rowling is not the final boss of transphobia. She's not our devil. The devil is the Republican Party, the Conservative Party. The devil is patriarchy. It's the right-wing men who will be the ones to put gender-critical theory into brutal practice. Anita Bryant, Posey Parker, and J.K. Rowling are, to borrow a term from TERFs, handmaidens. TERFs are the real handmaidens. They're useful idiots who put a concerned female face on the patriarchal violence against trans people that will ultimately be enacted by right-wing men.
I call on men to consider themselves decent human beings, to call out the deviants among them, and eradicate these monsters from society.
And Megan Phelps Roper and
God, everyone's getting so genocidal. Why is there so much genocide? I'm scared. At first I was looking like long-term options like, oh, maybe there's some safe states. Maybe I can go to like a liberal state and it'll be okay and I won't get murdered. But like more and more I was like looking like, oh, like maybe if I go to another country, I can be safe there. You know, like maybe if I go to some Soc Dem country, it'll be alright. But like, we have spread the brain rot. You're welcome. We've infected the entire world. Sorry about it. Whoops.
centrists like her are wrong that civil conversation can resolve this.
Call out the deviants among them and eradicate these monsters from society.
People like Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump cannot be persuaded. They have to be defeated. As for what to do about J.K. Rowling, honestly, let's all just block her. Open up Twitter right now, go to her profile, and just block her. Problem solved. Like, don't harass her, that doesn't help. But also, I wouldn't wait for her to change. She's gone down what I call the bigotry whirlpool. The deeper you go in, the harder it is to leave. For the same reasons that it's hard to quit a cult or scam. To quote video essayist Dan Olson,
one of the most insidious elements of a confidence scam is that the victims who invested the most are often the most passionate defenders, because shame is a powerful force in the human psyche, and they can't bear the shame of admitting they were tricked.
Reformed bigots have to face not only the shame of being dupes, but also the guilt of having devoted years of life to harming vulnerable people. This is something Megan, to her credit, faced head on. If we were wrong, then I had spent every day of my life industriously sowing doom, discord, and rage to so many, not at the behest of God, but of my grandfather. I had wasted—
Yes, we definitely can. We're almost there. We earned it.
My life only to fill others with pain and misery. Most bigots cannot stand to face this moral sunk cost. It's why an obsessive bigot like Graham Linehan, whose all-consuming hatred of trans people has ruined his life, cost him his marriage, and left him alone to tweet about destroying gender ideology minutes before midnight on New Year's Eve, feels psychologically compelled to insist with ever more certainty that trans people are not just delusional or dangerous, but are all demonic perverts, an enemy so hyperbolically evil that they justify his self—
Jesus, this editing, I'm getting fucking flashbanged by how fast this all is. Holy shit. Oh.
Immolating crusade.
They took everything from me, you know. They took my family, you know. And I just said, no, hang on a sec. Stop calling these women TERFs. Stop sending them abuse. Let them speak. And for that, they just destroyed me.
Do you honestly feel destroyed?
No, because the one thing about this that keeps me going is that I know I'm right, you know. I know I'm right.
As long as he stays here, in the bottom of the whirlpool, he never has to face that he's ruined his relationships and wasted years of life because he just couldn't let it go. And if J.K. Rowling doesn't log off soon, this will likely be her fate as well. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, Harry Potter's dead to me. I'm switching to Twilight.
True. I mean, Twilight is Mormon, so it's maybe not better, but marginally better. Poppy has a video for Play Destroy with Grimes. Ooh. I probably can't play that because it's copyright. But I am interested. I don't think there is a video. It's a lyric video commentary. Maybe but I would have to sing, so I don't know about that. We did it. We did the thing. Now, dance time.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape cum from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass master class. Sacred cum blade, fuckling crusade. Fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus crust. Stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly. Consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader. The holy cum wars, razor blade masturbator. Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher. Father drowned, going down on the cum clown. Prolapse pounding, toothpick sounding. Cum baking, my nipple pussy is aching. Cum fooler, semen drooler. Forbidden cum spice, your shitbox looks nice. Life is a cage, and death is the key. All your cum are belong to me. Normalize crying over spilt cum. Making cum angels with my son. I fucked a fairy in half. How many holes does a human have? My butt and cum.
Say hi, Dad. Hi, Dad.
Honey are in agony. Castration in the sky, your penis will fly. Scrotum chambers, semen sailors. Mommy's cum tax, grind my balls on an axe. Cum scented candle, cum broiled eggs. Cum Christ consciousness, third eye cum spy. Cum scroll sailboat, semen speed racer. Off-road, cum chode, my uterus came out. Cum treasurer, dick measurer. Irresponsible manager of cum. A cum slave, back from the grave. The price for breaking a cum oath. James Hector, cum key lector. I tripped in the cum keeper's crypt. Cum feeder, moist meter. Sans undertale, the cum reaper. Fucking a skeleton, right in
Wait, I just realized I can do the dance. I don't have a heel, but I can do a recreation. I'm starting it over.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape come from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass master class. Sacred cum blade, a fuckling crusade. Fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus crust. Stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly. Consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader.
Oh my god, it's actually a workout.
Masturbator. Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher. Father drowned, going down on the cum clown. Prolapse pounding, toothpick sounding. Cum baking, my nipple pussy is aching. Cum fooler, semen drooler. Forbidden cum spice, your shitbox looks nice. Life is a cage, and death is the key. All your cum are belong to me. Normalize crying over spilled cum. Making cum angels with my son. I fucked a fairy in half. How many holes does a human have? My butt and cunny are in agony. Castration in the sky, your penis will fly. Scrotal chambers, semen sailors. Mommy's cum tax, grind my balls on an axe. Cum scented candle, cum broiled eggs. Cum Christ consciousness, third eye, cum spy. Cum squote sailboat, semen speed racer. Off-road, cum chode.
Wait, why did you put the puke emoji? Rude. Okay, rude.
Uterus came out. Cum treasurer, dick measurer. Irresponsible manager of cum. A cum slave, back from the grave. The price for breaking a cum oath. James Hector, cum key lector. I tripped in the cum keeper's crypt. Cum feeder, moist meter. Sans undertale, the cum reaper. Fucking a skeleton, right in the pussy. The dark souls of cum. Cum framed and cum blamed. Cum drowning awareness day. Brewing cum fuel after school. Your nipples are crunchy. The tragic cum sponge. Your cum is fading. Sweep up the cum flakes, Joan.
Oh my god, I'm like sore already. Wow. It's quite the workout. I still need an explanation for the puke emoji. Am I disgusting?
White House physicians monitor everything about a president, including his cognitive ability. Most presidents don't talk about that, of course, but this president was happy to, in great detail, when asked by our Dr. Siegel. Watch.
I asked the doctor, I said, is there some kind of a cognitive test that I could take? Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you've got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N word, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top if I want to ride. I do a Kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. AK continues along these lines. And it gets significantly more vulgar. Like, a lot more vulgar.
Pokemon, plural. I said, son, what is that one morning? He said, that's Pokemon. Son, I found out that Pokemon means pocket monster. But why should they carry these monsters in their pocket? Pokemon world is a world a bit demonic. They say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. Our kids are going out on the streets in gangs. I assure you that creature wants to ruin your brain. Say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. They can't go to heaven when they play Pokemon today. Pokemon power, Pokemon witchcraft, Pokemon power, fantasy roleplay, Pokemon power. Pokemon wants to ruin their life today. Pokemon power, Pokemon demons, Pokemon power. They glow in the bulb, Pokemon power. Children might be stabbed, might be glowing away today. Pokemon power, Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Children become the #1 Pokemon master. Little reclusive, power-filled monsters tell the spirits what to do. The child is capable of taking these powers and channeling them through their mind. Their mind. Their mind. To train spirits in the dark realm. They say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. Our kids are going out on the streets in gangs. I assure you that creature wants to ruin your brain. Say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. They can't go to heaven when they play Pokemon today. Pokemon power, Pokemon witchcraft, Pokemon power, fantasy roleplay, Pokemon power. Pokemon wants to ruin their life today. Pokemon power, Pokemon demons, Pokemon power. They glow in the bulb, Pokemon power. Children might be stabbed, might be glowing away today. Pokemon power, Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Children become the #1 Pokemon master today. Pokemon power, Pokemon power. Children become the #1.
This is such a good fucking bop.
Songify this!
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode.
I need more stream songs. This is so good though. Rare medieval bardcore. I really want to hear this too. Okay. Any sluts? Any sluts in chat?
I'm hot enough to be a slut. Aw, thanks. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck. Hi, I'm a giant whore. Got boys and girls always at my door. Fuck everyone till I'm sore. 3-some, 4-some or more. Yeah, I'm a world-class hoe. Get dick down everywhere I go. I like it fast, like it slow. And I always got that post-nut glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
Hey bitch, like, do you wanna fuck sometime?
Ew, no thanks.
Oh yeah, well,
Ew, no thanks.
bitch, you're a slut.
Aw, you think I'm a slut? Thank you. Oh my god, I'm so honored. That's so sweet of you. I'm trying to be the biggest fucking slut in the world, but not with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi,
Gargle.
do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
Such a good fucking song. Shout out La Marico.
Do it now, lick it good.
Yes.
Suck this pussy just like you should.
So good.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck,
his neck,
my back,
his back,
lick my pussy and my crack.
his crack.
First you gotta put your neck into it. Don't stop, just do it, do it. Then you roll your tongue from the crack back to the front, and then you suck it off till I shake and come. Make sure I keep busting nuts all over your face and stuff. Slow head, show me so much love. My neck,
his neck,
my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
his crack.
My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. Lick my pussy, Bobby. You might roll dubs, you might have G's, but fuck that, get on your knees. Try me, I'll make you see. Your bitches ain't got shit on me. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
Amazing. Oh, another banger. One person disliked this. It was probably Bezos.
Now if you want higher wages, I tell you what to do. You gotta talk to the workers in the shop with you. You gotta build you a union and make it strong. Yeah, if we all stick together, it won't be long. We'll get shorter hours, better working conditions, vacations with pay. Yeah, we can go to the seashore. It ain't quite this simple. I better explain just why you got to ride on the union train. Cause if you wait for the boss to raise your pay, yeah, we'll all be awaiting till the judgment day. Yeah, we'll all be buried and gone to the heavens. And old St. Peter, he'll be the straw boss then. Now you know you're underpaid. The boss says no way. They speed up the work till you're about to faint. You'll be down and out, but you ain't beaten. You can pass out a leaflet and call a meeting. You can talk it over and speak your mind and decide to do something about it. Yeah, you got a union now and you're sitting pretty. Put some of the kids on the steering committee. The boss won't listen when one guy squawks, but yeah, they gotta listen when the union talks. Oh, they're gonna be so lonely when the union decides to walk on them. Suppose they're working you so hard, it's just outrageous. And now they're paying you starvation wages. You step up to the boss would yell, before I raise your pay, I'll see you all in hell. Now they're puffing a cigar and feeling mighty slick. Cause now they think they got your union licked. Well, they look out the window, what do they see? But 1,000 pickets held by you and me. Oh, now, baby, is the hardest time. The boss will try to bust your picket line. They'll call the police. They'll call the National Guard. And they tell you it's a crime to have a union card. Amazon Labor Union, here's what they found. Starbucks Workers United, here's what they found. Amazon Labor Union, here's what they found. Starbucks Workers United, here's what they found. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win. Gotta go. Fuck that Bezos. Fuck that Bezos. Fuck that Bezos. Fuck that Bezos. Fuck that Bezos.
Okie dokie. It's probably time. The time has come for Furiand. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you.
We are here in Tampa.
Yes, we are. What's going on, everybody?
Let's go.
That's right.
That's
We're
right.
here.
We're here.
Our dicks are hard. We're locked and loaded.
Yep.
We're going to be doing a porn react to Belle Delphine's latest OnlyFans excursion.
That's right.
I'm very excited. We got Charlie, Moist Critical, here with us.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. I'm hoping we talk a lot about wieners and stuff, which is kind of my forte.
Oh, yes.
Dude, that's funny you say that because that's all we talk about on this podcast.
We talk about cock more than any podcast out
That's a bold claim. We have
Yes.
300 episodes of all dick talk.
Really?
Yep.
All dick all the time.
farts,
That's why we
ass,
came here.
yep.
We came to Tampa for no other reason other than to talk to the dick talk guy himself.
Yep.
And it's kind of cool that you guys actually bought the Is Fortnite Overrated couch. So
Oh,
we're
yes.
basically like recreating that right now. We grew up, we did a little bit of Anavar, and now we're here. Is Fortnite overrated is what we're going to be doing. No, of course not. We're out here in literally probably, I hate to disrespect your hometown
fine.
like this, one of the worst fucking places in the United States of America.
Jesus Christ. So I'm going to get defensive. I think it's not even the worst place in Florida. I think that absolutely, I think it comfortably belongs to Miami.
True.
Miami for
Wait,
sure.
Okay, I take
Yep.
it back. I've been to Panama City Beach.
What?
Have you ever? Panama
never
City
been.
Beach is no. That's the worst place in America. There's a lot of really bad places in Florida. I used to live here.
I'm going to disagree. I don't even think it cracks top 10 worst places in America. I just
Okay.
don't think you've been to enough places in America.
I've been to a lot of places.
Oh.
I've been all up and down the East Coast.
He set my expectations at rock bottom, and I landed here, and I was like, God, you know what? It isn't that bad.
It's because
You also did walk 1 block and then say that we've walked 3 miles and that you were sweating profusely.
and you took almost your entire shirt off. Like you unbuttoned your shirt all the way down to the bottom.
It's Tampa. You've got to do that.
Respectfully, it is 75 degrees, and I don't normally sweat at that temperature.
Yep.
It's a
So
little
the
humid.
humidity here is absolutely like the silent killer. Absolutely. It's kind of the devil. That's the first thing people notice.
But I'm starting to warm up to Florida a little bit. I don't know why. I'm
it's a-
starting to
'cause
like
you're
it.
gay.
Great atmosphere.
No, this is like
He saw
a
one
very,
shirtless man and he went,
This
like
is a very
Hannibal
gay
Lecter.
state. This is a very gay state, not even because like
Don't
it's
believe
actually
them.
super gay, but like there's just a lot of, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican men out here, and then, it's just you might suspect it to be a gay state for that reason.
Also
They're not
made
gay.
a noise like a fat man perusing a menu.
Yeah.
Dominican. There's a lot of beautiful men and women out here too.
So there's a lot of colleges here. So a lot of the younger people come to Florida to study, and it has a lot of party universities. So you get a lot of different demographics coming together, kind of to share the same goal of just partying.
It is incredible. I have seen so many beautiful people.
Yeah.
Men and women.
Yep.
I'm starting to, it may have turned me bisexual.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Florida will do that to
Let's
you.
go.
I saw some boobs that transcended sexuality today.
Where would you have seen boobs today?
Well, not like bare boobs.
Oh, gotcha.
They were on display.
sheathed.
Boobs are great. You can't deny it.
They were on display. Like they weren't out.
Right.
You could see the potential.
They still had secrets to share.
Yes, they
Gotcha.
did.
Okay.
You have a lot. I walked in here and the first thing I see is several cocks.
Yep, the Moby Huges.
So where did your cock obsession start?
So a long time ago, we have a shop here called The Todd,
Mhm.
and I used to drive by it a lot going to university when I was commuting back in the day.
Mm.
So I was always curious what they had, and they had the wackiest shit. So they had alien pussies, and I was like, that's
sick.
That's hype.
That's hot.
Yeah.
What's
so,
an alien pussy like?
So that's what I wanted to get to the bottom
Yep.
of. So I tackled it using the scientific method. I bought one.
Yep.
And you fucked it.
I never fucked it actually.
That's crazy.
Really? Yep. So I got it. I wanted to test the durability, so I'd break things with it, and I was like, "This is fucking awesome."
Stress testing.
Yeah. It was, and it made the goofiest goofiest
Put it
noises.
in the passenger seat of a car and crashed it.
So it was like, this is fucking crazy. Are all sex toys built like this? And then I just started getting a whole smorgasbord of all kinds of different utensils and using them for different things. So then I eventually found the Moby Huge, and I was like, this is the magnum opus.
Can we explain what a Moby Huge is for those people listening at home?
Yeah, so that is a 3-foot, roughly 70-pound dildo. It's sold
Damn.
through Amazon by a company called Glory Cock, I think.
Wow. 70 pound?
something like that, and all they
Good
make.
folks at Glory Cop bring you.
Patriots, honestly, all of them.
Do you think anyone's actually used that?
It's impossible. It would actually bisect them.
I
It's
know
too
some
girthy.
men.
It would
No.
split them in half.
I mean,
Okay.
I was like using it like a kettlebell, swinging it, and that shit's heavy.
But do we think this is like the sub 5-minute mile, where at some point in human history, everyone was unanimously, it's impossible. But as training technology evolved,
yes,
so too did our ambition for the stars.
Yo, someone has to be the one to finally break new ground, the pioneer to
Is
trace.
some fine
blaze a
young
trail.
athlete out there.
If Siswet can't do it, I don't know. Like, I don't know if the next generation will be trained on like different types of booty.
I think we may,
methods.
as humans, assholes will evolve over time.
Or being born without wisdom teeth and our assholes are more dilated over time. Yeah.
So true.
To be able to take the Moby Hughes.
Yeah.
I think that's so. We need to begin to use them or attempt to use them, and eventually,
You can't be speaking on this as the selfish top on this podcast.
No, I can be because I'm looking for people that.
You are fucking up the mic here
awesome
too.
mic.
You're
How
kidding
long was it
me.
bad for? Okay. God damn
Oh
it.
my
That's
god.
incredible.
Is it better now?
It's actually a skill, honestly, at this point.
Test 1 2. Okay, sorry.
I mean, truly, I think that it's a skill. What you're doing.
I fuck
here.
up the mics every podcast.
Every podcast.
Charlie looks so small on the couch next to them. I didn't realize how thin he was.
That's all right.
He switches the mics in my studio, which is like stable, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And whichever microphone he sits on, he breaks.
Yeah.
Speaking of skill and lack of skill, though, you failed booty boot camp.
I did. So there's this thing. Have you ever
Failed?
put something in your butt before?
Not by design, but like
Okay.
toilet paper ripping and you get like
Yeah,
jump scare. Yeah.
Got it. So wait. Oh, jump scare.
Yeah, it's not like what I was planning on happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you mean in a finger.
Yeah.
Well, there's this thing called booty.
You're wiping aggressively, sir. When you have enough.
Well, it doesn't like go fully in, but it like knocks on the door.
You
and it's
know
like,
when
hey,
you're wiping and you just.
You need a bidet, my man. That's what you need.
I've heard the glory of the bidet. One day.
Yeah, they're phenomenal.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things.
So, Booty Boot Camp is a series of dildos that works you slowly up to the size of
A training kit.
Yeah, it is a training kit.
Gotcha.
And I notoriously failed.
He couldn't get past the thimble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't get past
Oh
the
my
first one.
god.
Like he couldn't even get
Oh no. He truly is a top. A selfish top.
past the finger in the butt while you're wiping.
No, it was a little bigger than that. Give me some credit.
Was it like painful or?
No, it just wasn't my thing. It
was like a thumb.
It wasn't even painful. I mean, Hassan is homophobic notoriously.
Yes.
So
This is true.
Famous on the internet.
He doesn't like to even talk about this.
Yeah.
Usually, like it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it just makes me very upset.
Yeah,
the,
he's
the,
been-
the moment that we start talking about
Yeah,
gay
the
stuff.
moment I entered Florida, he felt very comfortable surrounded by homophobes. He was trying to throw me into traffic.
Again, Florida's is pretty gay. So, like I said.
Wait, you have to bleep that out on the podcast.
Wait, why?
I just said the F slur.
Oh, yes, we are not bleeping that out. We are not. Finally, fucking got him, dude. He was dropping the F slur all day today. You're such a little kitten when you're on camera. You never want to say it.
What the fuck, Austin? You just go to Florida and become a right winger full on.
Wait, am I gonna get canceled for that?
No, dude. I told you. You literally. Okay.
You also
are
did-
gay.
Yeah. You also did order an unusual drink at Starbucks today.
Yeah.
You are gay. Bro, you have the pass. You are gay. I don't know if you know this, but you can say it.
It was weird.
Yes, I ordered a drink.
Say it. Say what the name of the drink was.
Oh God, I
Say what you
Oh
want
my
to say.
god.
You know what? No,
Let it out. Let it out.
I hit my quota for
Oh my
F slur.
God.
That's not even remotely true. The moment that the cameras are off, you're gonna start calling Charlie the F slur. Okay, he doesn't stop. It's weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was
I've never heard him say it.
No,
It was the-
I've never said it.
I've never heard him
My
say
You
it.
mic cut out. Can you bleep that out on the podcast?
Okay, here's the thing. Low key.
We'll get
Or not even
demonetized.
low key, high key. I told him this already. If you said the F slur openly in public like you do in private, you would
Never heard him say
literally be more gay coded. There's nothing gayer than dropping the F bomb.
What do you think, Charlie?
I think it's hard for me
True.
to weigh in as like a Florida resident here because there's just so many different factors at play.
True.
Yeah.
A lot of non-gays are saying the F
Yeah,
slur.
you got a lot of like extenuating circumstances
Yeah.
in
Rough.
Florida for that.
Yeah.
I can't believe I said it on the podcast.
That's awesome. I'm proud. No, we're not believing it. We're not. No
I didn't
shot.
even hear it. I've never heard you say it.
Good.
You are such a
Hey,
pig man.
I'll say it.
I'm an ally.
You are such a pig man.
Hassan,
Oh my god.
I will say it behind the paywall.
Okay, I like that because the
So
second part of this
That's
is
your
gonna be.
reward for
You get to hear a
Slur.
slur.
You get to hear a slur live.
I like that.
I have something I want to talk about.
Okay, let's hear it.
We've left Charlie in the dark for too long.
Yes, sorry, Charlie.
That's
He
okay.
can't pipe in on the F slur.
Yeah, this is one that I'm probably not equipped
Very
to handle.
controversial.
Charlie, you know, you are a Florida resident.
Yes.
But I wasn't sure until I saw you pull out a gun. Oh, there's the Moby Huge right there. That's gotta be blurry.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't trust the monetization.
Do you want, am I covering it? What
it
about
just
now?
wanders the halls.
Like a ghost.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
It just showed up here on its
Oh my
own.
god.
Scary.
Oh my god, you can see it. Oh god, oh no. What the fuck? Oh no, I just saw it, dude. That's a weapon. That's a weapon. I don't think I can show that. We're just gonna keep that there. For now.
It's like R2D2.
Yeah.
But we weren't sure you were a Florida resident till a recent video where you pulled out some very scary guns.
Yes, I have some very scary toys.
Yep.
Oh my god.
So I
thought you were about to pull one out.
Me
I just
too!
start blasting.
That is very
Pew, pew,
fun.
pew.
Tucked here in my gym shorts.
It's just so recently I've kind of gotten into the whole gun scene and like really getting a handle on.
Is that a Glock in your pants or are you just happy to see me? Ah! Oh my god.
On like firearm safety and
Yeah.
all of that. And a buddy of mine, he builds them and he was like, I've got you like with some crazy shit. And I was
Nice.
like, brother, like set me up with that. Like it's time this blood gets even redder for the American country. Like I
God.
want like the top of the line stuff. So he got me this wild assault rifle that's so fucking
Is
kitted.
that the one we saw?
Yeah, and
Yeah, that-
you couldn't see it in the video, but the faceplate is actually all custom etched moist droplets on it. It's fucking
That's-
nuts.
Oh, that's sick.
It
It's
is
like a Call of Duty
But it
gun.
wasn't,
It is
it
actually
wasn't
like a Call of
super
Duty skin.
tactical. It was tasteful.
Yeah,
I
it
think
was.
that-
It
I
wasn't
think that-
overkill.
Yeah, it wasn't like it wasn't like so kitted
Sir,
that you look
sir,
ridiculous.
No, what are we talking about? That gun was pornographic.
No, I think as far as AR-15s goes, like
As far as AR-15
no, for sure, it's like
That's like saying as far as Moby Huges go, it was quite tasteful.
No, the reason why I say this is because, like, depending on how far down the gun pipeline you go on
Sure.
YouTube, like, you get to some insane stuff. And
Yeah, it wasn't an
a concept.
RPG, right?
There's a concept called like tactical for that reason.
Yeah.
Where like they will put like they'll put like insane sights on it. You got the foregrip. You got like you got a bump stock or like an expendable like an extendable. What do you call it? The bump basically. I don't know. I'm not like a big gun guy, but I've seen like some really insane stuff. And as far as that goes, that was like a
Tasteful nude.
it was a tasteful gun.
I
It was
thought
not like
it's
crazy.
classy. Like it
Yeah.
has charm to it. It's not like egregious and in your face. It's like it's cool, but it's
Yeah.
not bragging about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you act like you've been there. Like
Yeah.
you. That's what it told me from
Yeah.
what I saw.
Yeah, I'm glad it spoke to you that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it spoke to me that way.
Have you
as
used it?
someone who
You
likes
shoot it
guns.
often?
Yeah, well, not often, but because ammo's kind of expensive. But like in general,
Brandon's America, man. I know.
Are you a Tannerite
Sleepy
guy?
Joe. Oh, Tannerite is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, Tannerite's
Is that fake? Is that fake gun?
No, that's
No,
the
it's
explosives.
explosives.
Oh, explosives. I've never used
It's
a gun.
explosives that are weirdly enough legal. I don't know why, but yeah, you can just you shoot them and they blow up.
I mean, it's for home defense, right? Is that what you use? it
No.
for?
Not Tannerite.
No.
Dude,
Definitely not, dude. I don't think you're gonna get that cleared in court. I don't think so.
AR-15 is not even for home defense.
Yeah, someone
Well,
broke in, so I blew up the front half of my house.
No, they
Well, yeah, it's
they
not
won't
like
even
booby
say-
traps
Well,
with
I was
Tannerite.
just thinking. I mean, why else would you need it? I mean, it's not for hunting.
Cause it's sick.
No, because it's fun.
It's cool. Yeah.
Here's the biggest secret I think that is like not even really a secret if you watch any gun YouTubers or anything like that. guns are just fun to shoot.
They
and
are,
that's why people want it. They want it as a hobby. They love it. It becomes like a part of their culture and their identity for some reason in America. But like ultimately it's because it's fun. Everyone that says it's for like home defense is, you know, being a little crazy because you know what's for home defense? A shotgun. Or if you have a
Right.
handgun,
I have a crossbow.
handgun.
It's fun, and most importantly, it's an extension of your phallus.
Like those are that's for home defense.
Jesus
AR-15 is not.
I want to. If someone breaks in, I want to go going dark and then just stalk them with a crossbow.
Will would like if someone broke into his house. Will would like tie them up and torture them.
No, I can't say that on the podcast.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't threaten them with a good time. Yeah, I that's why I always say, like, look, I live in a gated community for sure and very safe. Don't come to my house, please. Yeah. Don't do it. You know, we don't we don't want that.
Yeah, no, we don't.
But yeah, I have katanas. Like I'm
Wow,
fucking,
so you're gonna like actually go like full samurai if someone like busts in the last thing they'd
Killing
expect.
someone with a katana would be so hype.
That's so personal too, because
Yeah.
they wouldn't instantly die. You'd have to like look at them in the eye and watch the light leave.
I almost chopped my toe off one time when I
Yeah,
was
it's fucking
when I was
terrifying
slicing.
way to die.
It's like it's sharp as fuck.
They are.
I was like doing Fruit Ninja, which is very dangerous for the record. Do not
That
do
is
it.
the Tannerite of swords.
Yeah, I was like I had like I think it was literally Sapnap and George last time they were at my house. They were throwing fruits at me and I was cutting them and I cut one and then I cut it down all the way to the ground and it cut a piece off of my my slippers that I was wearing.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Close
it
call.
was
Oh,
so
fuck.
close to my toe.
Oh no, he almost sliced his fucking toes off. Oh god.
You were there. Yeah. It was so close. Yeah. It was so close to my
Doesn't create a
toe.
safe work environment.
I luckily
He
survived
made me
it.
hold a grapefruit in between my butt cheeks. And
Yeah. But you know, just the safety's always off on those bad boys. You got to remember that. Unless it's in the sheath.
That's wild.
I can't believe you never shot a gun. We got to
No, I've shot a gun before.
Oh,
I,
did you shoot?
I shot a sniper rifle.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
I shot with Hassan.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's pro Second Amendment. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he's pro Second Amendment.
I've heard that.
He
Big
loves
2A
his-
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he
No,
loves.
I do
his
love guns, but I think that we should definitely have regulation like around guns.
Yeah, I mean, no, he right to bear arms with no limits.
Yeah, limitless.
Famously.
Yeah, I think every
No
American
limits.
has a God-given right, nay, a responsibility to own an RPG.
yeah.
Jesus.
In the age of Bayraktars, or like you can go on fucking Alibaba and get a drone that you'd be using
Give every American a nuke.
in Ukraine otherwise, like I think I should be able to defend myself against those drones. We need rocket-propelled grenades.
Yeah.
I want a Gears of War gun with a chainsaw.
Like a
on the
lancer.
front.
Yeah.
Hey, now that's something everybody can agree on.
Yes,
That's
actually.
tasteful. That is a tasteful
Will
attachment.
Knapp for president. That's the bipartisan compromise.
That's
you hit it right in the middle. You know what I mean?
We will have socialized medicine and chainsaw guns. Hell yeah!
100% of America votes for you. Chainsaw guns would be unironically great because it's so heavy and so stupid that like it would literally make it pretty much impossible to do a mass shooting.
And that
with.
way, I feel like the oil industry would
My
feel
God.
safe about electric cars because they know that you need crude to power that
Oh,
chainsaw.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight
You've
up.
thought of like every angle for this platform. Actually, This is good.
Yeah.
Charlie, I'm curious about something.
Yeah.
I love airplanes. I used to want to be a pilot.
Okay.
I hear that you don't fly.
I do not. So I have flown. I've flown probably like 10 or 11 times, and I hate it. I can't stand it.
You can't stand it. Is it
Fear.
Let's unpack this.
Yeah.
It's 9/11. He's like out of principle.
9/11 scarred me for life.
So, is this? How long has this been going? Are you
Since I was a
afraid of
kid.
it?
Yeah. So I think it's kind of a blend of lack of control and just like the stakes. So if something goes wrong in a plane, it's not the same thing as a car. Like it goes catastrophically wrong on a plane. If it happens like when you're in the air, you're just kind of fucked.
No, you're not.
Have you seen that footage of that Nepal plane crash where like just flames everything, everyone's dead?
Yeah, but it's Nepal.
What does that mean?
It's still a plane.
Fuck.
No, look.
I set a trap for you.
Well, look, the regulations in some countries are not as intense as the United States, and that's fact.
Well, I've got a counterpoint. The Boeing Max. Do you remember the Boeing Max
Yes,
controversy?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, he knows everything about
Yeah.
what you're about to.
But
He will
what
debate
about
you
him?
on this.
So I might be spotty on the details, but they had a flaw with the Boeing Max where there was a new edition made that wasn't communicated to the pilots because they didn't want
Correct.
to spend the money to train them.
Correct.
They started falling out of the fucking sky.
Correct.
That's terrifying.
They didn't really fall out of the sky per se. They just plunged into the ground.
You are not helping.
But the nomenclature was a little off. Yeah.
But it was
plunged into the ground.
Yes, that's what happened. Look, there are dangers of flying, but it's the safest mode of transportation.
Yeah, so-
You've heard all this shit
Yeah,
before.
it's
You've
all-
heard every argument against it. I don't think I'm going to sway you.
One thing that I have,
You conceded so quick.
Well, I just
He just destroyed you by bringing up the max. Like that's the easiest.
No, but let me comfort you by saying that a lot of those, the Max, it's an easy fix, and they fixed it.
Yeah.
But even if MCAS was still there's something called stabilizer trim switches that you could just go like that and cut it off and save everybody.
But at the time they didn't know that,
Well-
which is why it became such a problem, right?
Charlie, as someone who's also afraid of flying.
Oh, you're in the same boat? Okay, fuck yeah.
So I'm in this boat. I don't really tell this story often, but I was living in Princeton, which is a commuter city for New York, and my mom was a flight attendant. She's flying back from, I think, Europe the day of, and because I was in New Jersey and a lot of like the families worked in Twin Towers, they gathered up all the kids that they thought their parents were like
holy shit
victims, and they started like immediately like grief counseling. And I was in this group, and I didn't hear from my mom for like a week because she was diverted to Alberta, Canada, I think. But I for like a good day thought my mom was gone until like the details started coming out and stuff.
Holy
so
shit.
after that, I was like and I used to travel all the time. My mom was a flight attendant, and I've been dialing my way back. You gotta fly.
Well, so
You're a creator.
Exposure therapy.
You gotta just take
So
it.
I recognize that it's irrational. Like I know for sure it's not only the safest.
That's
mode
why
of
I can't.
transportation. Yeah.
That's why you can't like argue.
It's
with
just such a hard thing to like. A phobia is never going to be rational, and I
No.
recognize flying
I
is a really
disagree.
detrimental
And every
one.
time you hit turbulence, I still like
Yeah.
butthole clench. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I also was afraid of flying.
Even when you wanted to be a pilot.
Yes, it's a control thing.
Oh, gotcha.
Because I'm sitting in the back of the plane and I'm not in the cockpit and I can't see the instruments and I can't do that. To this day, when I'm going through weather or something like that, I will pull up my app and I'll check the altitude and airspeed because I'm like, what's going on? I like to put
I
something.
feel like that would make me more scared.
That'd be a lot more nerve-wracking,
because what you'll notice when you open up your app and you look at your altitude and airspeed is that you're feeling yourself getting thrashed around, but your speed is not. It's like staying the same, and so is your altitude. It's very much feels more intense than it actually is.
What if the pilot was like, we're gonna shift gears here. We're gonna go a little bit slower. What would you be like? Oh fuck!
No,
it's
no,
over?
that is what you do when you're in turbulence. Is they slow down
Uh-huh.
to soften and everything that they do to avoid turbulence is for your comfort, not for safety. It's all about passenger comfort. They fly around. I mean, there's certain things that are weather-wise that are a little bit more dangerous, but they will literally avoid turbulence, slow down, change altitude for passenger comfort, not because it's dangerous in any way, shape, or form. The amount of a beating, and I'm sure you've heard this all before, that an airplane can take is insane. They fly these things into hurricanes, like the eye of hurricanes, to like measure like the wind speed in the eye of a hurricane.
Yeah.
And these aren't like commercial jets; they're like props.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, at a certain point, you gotta monkey D. Luffy it and smile at death, you know, because
Yeah.
the world's too wide. There's too much to see.
There's still a lot I want to go see, like especially Japan and everything just looks amazing.
Oh,
It's just
dude. It's oh my god.
It was that
you don't
good?
understand. Okay. Like it's embarrassing to admit this, but if you're a weeb especially, I think like Japan is the greatest place on the planet.
Yeah, everything I've ever seen from it or heard from it from people that have been is nothing but glowing reviews.
It is literally like living in an anime. You will do like normal shit that you would normally do in America and it just seems cool. You go to the Konbini and it's like it's sick. You're going to a 7-Eleven and normally that's like not a fun activity in America. Do they even have 7-Elevens here? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
What?
Well, 7-Eleven is like mostly, I mean, it's everywhere, but like in
Hassan.
certain states, they don't have a lot of 7-Elevens.
Of course, they have it here.
I don't know. I mean,
In
this is
every state in America, they
brother,
have
this is a
7-Eleven.
public institution. Okay, this state.
This is a public
yeah,
state for
yeah,
sure.
this is a public state.
You got lots of 7-Elevens.
We have a ton of 7-Elevens. Yeah,
Like, most
it's
of
not
them are,
rare.
like the majority of 7-Elevens, I think, are like literally in California, though.
No, but I see them everywhere. Texas.
Yeah, they have them.
North Dakota,
They have them
Minot.
in most places, but I just thought maybe this was Publix only for a
We
second.
need to get you across this great nation, Hassan.
Brother, I've literally lived in this state. I've been to like pretty much everywhere in the state.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm very familiar with Florida.
I didn't know that.
I've never been to Tampa though, for obvious reasons. What the fuck is there to do here?
There, we have Busch Gardens.
Hell yeah.
We
Busch
have-
Gardens, Tampa.
Yep,
We
we
got
have
the Buccaneers.
Beaches. We have the Lightning.
You also have a baseball team
Yep,
right now
the Rays,
that is
13-1.
making history.
Yeah, they lost though. They lost last night.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is where you come when there's like a corporate retreat. Like the company wants to give all the sales executives like a weekend, and then they send you to Tampa. I feel like it's the whole city's vibes are around that a little
Well,
bit.
a lot of it's tourism. So we have all of these beaches, like in Clearwater and St. Pete, and there's a lot of places to stay there. So a lot of like company retreats always center around that area, which is where a lot of it comes from. So you're not wrong.
So we're not even in the good part of Tampa, is what you're saying. We're in the bad
You're
part of
you're
Tampa
in
for
like
Creator
the
Clash.
You're in like the heart of college Tampa.
Yeah.
So where Creator Clash is being held is where the Lightning play, and in that area you have University of Tampa, which is where I went to school, and then you also have USF and another smaller university that all converge in the same general area. It's pretty fucking cool though if you like that atmosphere.
Dude,
I'm
I don't know.
31 years old. I'm good on that.
My content brain, I would love to see you do a moist company retreat.
Oh,
where
Jesus.
You pay for like a Scranton, Pennsylvania's company retreat, but they have to do all the things that you set up for them.
That'd be
Oh
kind of
my god, that would be actually so fun.
Yeah, they're doing like strongman competitions with the dildos.
Yeah, the Moby Huge,
They
the
gotta-
Olympics.
You have to throw Moby Dick off of the
You
fucking
get a free
high bar.
vacation, but you also got to do this content.
Yeah,
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm expressly anti-Tampa so far because like
I like
you've broken me. Okay,
Why?
Your bouginess is like.
Oh yeah.
It literally. I used to out of principle, even when I could pay for like more expensive tickets, out of principle, I used to never fly first class, business class, none of that shit. I wouldn't even do economy plus. Okay, and I'm 6'4". I'm a big dude. It's hard for me to fly in general. Okay, now I've gotten to a point where like there's no all the business class or like economy plus tickets to Tampa, because it's not like super well traveled, I guess, from the rest of the country, are not like lie flat seats at all.
No.
Which means you can't fucking sleep on them.
No.
Like it's like almost impossible. You're like
Yep.
you're like squished up. And they didn't even serve food on the
Nope.
flight. And I found myself what? Oh.
He's saying my earpods suck.
Oh. I found myself legitimately like upset.
Yeah.
When we went into the flight, and March and I are sitting there, and I asked the flight attendant, I was like, I'm sorry, is there any food on the flight? And she's like, no.
Yeah.
This is a red eye.
I'm a pretty.
It's a 5-hour flight.
So-
What if I die?
Charlie, I'm a pretty.
What if I die?
That's so I
Fucking drama queen. What if I die?
flew in August, and I actually had
You flew?
Yep, I went to a Rocket League World Championship
my
for our
God.
team. The second it took off, I thought I was having a panic attack. My chest was tightening. I actually thought it was the end of me.
Yeah.
If you have like a medical emergency, like if you conked out from blood sugar loss or whatever the fuck would happen without eating, you're just done. Like, you can't do anything.
They have a heart thing on there.
A defibrillator?
Yeah, they have a defibrillator and
Yeah.
oxygen. And
They might be able to do some things, but certainly not everything.
all the flight attendants are CPR certified. I actually don't know that last
except,
part.
Except the flight attendant, you know what? They're not certified. Certified in giving me treats, because she was very like she brought the snack tray over, and I took a little bit of time looking through the snacks, like
Yeah.
because I was like,
There's
what
a
do
lot
I
of snacks.
I want to eat some. I need to eat something.
So did I make you this way?
I feel like you've broken me.
So I'm a pretty reasonable consumer, Charlie.
Yeah.
I just like to get what I pay for. Don't
Okay.
you agree?
Makes
When
sense.
you pay for something, you pay for a service. If that service isn't delivered to what they have presented the service as being, you should get your money back.
So I couldn't disagree more.
Really?
I have.
Oh
never-
my God.
have-
I love this.
I've never in my life ever asked for a refund on anything.
Really?
Nope, I couldn't do it.
I can't do it either. I
It's-
agree.
You're kidding. What? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I will not hesitate.
It's traumatic.
Wait. So like, do you disagree with that you don't deserve it, or you just can't?
No,
do it?
like I
Okay.
get like if you pay for something, you'd want it to be like the best it can be,
Right.
or what you're expecting. But when it's not, I just roll with it.
So
100% of the time.
When something goes wrong, and it's egregious,
like, in what way?
Oh man, I'm trying to think back to an example.
I mean, there's
Your last example was you didn't get a meal on your first class flight. 'cause
Okay,
the
so I
other
pay
was
for a
full.
first class flight.
Oh, this is
already rough.
awesome.
To Minneapolis and I was going to see the Minnesota Vikings play football.
Right.
And for
It's
a
a
playoff
3-hour
game.
flight, by the way.
It's a 3-hour flight. And I took my friend and a couple of family members, and I flew everybody first class. And we get on the plane. And
Wait, so you refunded multiple tickets?
I'll get there.
We didn't even know that.
So
I like that this is the second time we're hearing this story, and it's like an onion. There's so many new layers to it.
New details.
So I fly Delta a lot.
Right.
And we get on board, and the immediate thing, oven's broken. Shit. No, which means
Don't look at him like he's gonna agree with you.
That's it's
right?
the worst.
Oven-
Right? Don't you hate
oven's
that?
That's an outrage.
Oven's broken, no first class meal. Now, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Jesus.
Look, I
By the way, he got no. Tell this part though. You got that flight specifically because you wanted to get the meal. You could have
Yes.
gotten another flight.
Part of the experience of flying first class is getting served food, I think, on this particular route. And so I
What was the meal supposed to be?
it was supposed to be like some sort of I think it was a quiche.
This is so bougie. It's
Okay.
unreal.
Some sort of
Oh
quiche,
my god.
right? So we didn't get the
Nothing hits quite like airplane quiche.
Yeah, that's the worst part about this is that it's like so dog shit. Like Delta, especially, the food is so bad.
But look, and I didn't get mad at the flight attendant. It's not their fault.
Yeah,
It's not their issue.
she didn't
I would
blow up the
never
oven.
get mad at the flight attendant. They were awesome. We had a great time. We in fact, I ran into one of them in Phoenix like 3 weeks later. Hey man, what's up? Big Philadelphia Eagles fan. Side story for another time. But anyway,
Trying to humanize this.
so anyway,
I kissed his baby. It was great.
yeah. So anyway, so then I go to corporate and I say, hey, look, with all respect, I need, I paid for this flight. I understand something went wrong with it.
How
it was
many
out of your
tickets did
control.
you have in first class?
3.
So you were refunding 3 tickets.
And I got a refund for all 3 tickets.
Were they like profusely apologizing to you for it?
Not
Dude,
profusely,
because-
but they
no,
were just
because-
like, sorry, it wasn't a good experience.
He is like a rewards demon.
I'm like the top of that
Okay,
fucking
here
picture.
now it's time for me to fucking talk shit.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
okay, I'm ready for this.
Guess what? So, because he's a rewards
Fucking yeah, Austin would be a fucking Karen, of course.
demon, I kind of utilize Austin like my what is it called? Like my
concierge?
booking agent.
Ambassador.
Yeah. No, but like he books everything for me.
Yeah.
He gets the points off of
I
it.
do.
It's great for him, whatever. But I also get the
I don't get your point.
I get all of the extra benefits of being like a Halcyon member of Delta Marriott.
Top of the
Is
top
that
of the food
Halcyon?
chain. Yeah. Well, no, it's ambassador. But
Yeah, I just made it up.
He doesn't
I don't
know.
know.
Okay.
It's like he's like the 10th Don of fucking Delta and
Right.
also Marriott in
Yeah.
the Marriott franchise,
Yeah.
right? They know him.
Yeah.
And because he's such a fucking point demon, a point rat, if you will, okay, he booked the JW Marriott for us, okay? And there was apparently a much nicer hotel in the same franchise, the Edition. And he literally was like, well, sorry, I was getting a lot more points at the JW Marriott, so I booked you at the JW Marriott.
That sounds reasonable,
Yeah,
honestly.
I think so too, right?
I'm like, bro, I don't
Thank
give a
you.
fuck. Put me in the night.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
This is one because like it's so expensive because it's like the weekend where Taylor Swift is here,
Yep.
and all this stuff's happening. So like the prices are insane for
Yeah,
like
the Swifties have come in.
But Charlie, let me
numbers.
tell you something that he's not telling you. March pulled up to his hotel at 6 o'clock in the morning. They were on the same flight, and he had to wait how many hours? 2 hours for his
that's
room.
devastating.
I arranged for Hassan. He arrived at the same time immediately, 6 o'clock in the morning. King bed, room ready.
Let
They
me
got
let me
me?
tell you something that they're both not telling you. Creator Clash got them a free room at the hotel I'm at, and they both opted out of it.
Okay.
That's tragic.
Okay, look.
That's true. This is true. This is facts. That's true.
I don't want to be disrespectful because I'm very gracious, and I am using the room to store my luggage this afternoon.
taking full advantage of their hospitality. That is so
I'm
sweet.
glad that the room is being put to good use with your luggage. You're not even using their room.
No,
you
I'm
put
using
it in
Will's.
Will's room.
But
I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to throw fuel on the fire.
But respectfully, I need. This was a points trip for me.
Awesome.
Charlie.
Yeah,
I
I
needed
see
to
it.
get some
Awesome.
points. I needed some points.
But you're going to enjoy the fights tonight, right?
I will not be at the fights tonight.
So, do you go to places just for points?
Yes, sometimes.
No,
Yeah.
He's such a freak. No, literally.
He's going to Miami tonight instead of staying for the fight.
I have to be there to film tomorrow. I would be here for the fights if I could.
No,
Gotcha.
we brought Austin from Miami to here specifically so we could do this podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's huge. Thank you for taking the
and
time.
sorry, Charlie. And we're just like we're like
Hey.
you're reacting now to all this
Which
shit.
is
funny,
fun.
but like because this is usually how we do the podcast. We always have a guest, but like we just
talk at 'em.
kind of talk.
That's half the fun though. Like that is the point of a podcast.
Yeah.
That's what we do on ours as well. I think that's the most healthy and natural way of running one.
Yeah.
What's the last big topic you had on your podcast? Lead us in a conversation.
You talk about cocks a lot.
We do.
Do you have like a nuanced cock topic that we haven't covered yet?
No, not really. We haven't talked about masturbatory deeds in a long time.
Okay.
We've usually been doing
Falling off a little bit.
Yeah, we've been doing topical
front.
cock stuff. So
Do people get sick of that sort of thing?
we kind of did because it's like, how many times can you talk about masturbating in different ways, right? Before it just gets to a point where it's like it's the same deal.
Before it's masturbating.
Yeah, before it's just masturbating.
True.
Yeah. So usually, if we're talking about wiener, it's if it's topical at the time.
Okay, what's some topical wiener?
Is there anything like breaking news?
What's going on in the world of cocks, Charlie?
There actually has been one yesterday.
Oh.
I can't remember where, but a police dispatcher, 911 dispatcher, was caught sexting 7 other
I did see
officers.
this,
Yeah.
yeah.
And confirmed affairs with 2 of them, and they're
Holy
facing
shit.
termination.
Yeah.
And the
Whoa.
sext messages leaked.
Why would they get terminated for that?
Just unprofessional
That's
fucking at work.
That's the only.
Yeah.
That's the only thing cops get fired for in America. Remember the one that was like throwing it back for the whole precinct?
Yeah,
crazy.
Megan. Yeah, Megan.
Megan.
Superstar.
You're on a first name basis with her.
She's a superstar.
Was she
yeah.
a Florida cop?
No, she
No.
was a Tennessee cop.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of twists and turns there. She started claiming they groomed her into it.
okay.
There's it's
Yeah.
a web.
Did
Lot to untangle.
this particular 911 operator were they sexting on the job?
Yeah, so
Oh my
a lot of the
God.
problem, because they were doing it on duty apparently.
Yeah, dude, can you
like
imagine
responding
they send
to a
text,
domestic
they're
abuse
like,
call.
Here's a picture of my tits. By the way, there's a fire downtown.
It's just like there's like an overdose. You're going to an overdose call. She's like, oh, I want to overdose on your cock right now.
God. I wish that, so they have some of the text messages. I wish it was more like that. It actually feels like, if you've ever read like My Immortal, that fanfic.
Oh, give me some.
So one of them is, she was talking to one of the officers, but the guy's like a lobotomite, so every time she would say something, he just says, Every text message is like 9 M's. And they always talk about kissing. So she's like, I can't wait to see you later so I can give you some smoochies. And
Dude,
then she
that's
puts
my favorite.
She puts
type
little
of
fucking
sexting.
like kissing
That's
emoji.
Not sexy. That just sounds like someone's in a relationship.
No, that's like when you're like super repressed. Like that's the kind of sexting that you
Oh,
do.
they're It's lip so- hungry
it's
harlots.
so
It
bad.
goes both ways. Like either you're like saying the most freak like shit. It's like I want to hang you upside down.
I
from
want
your
to
penis.
piss on your
Yeah.
tits.
It's either like that,
Sounds
or
very
it's like, oh, I can't wait
specific,
to. Yeah,
Is that Will?
yeah. I can't wait to. That is yeah. That
I
was
want to
very
piss on
specific.
your tits.
I'm a humorist.
Yeah. He just made that up. That totally is not something he thinks or says. Yeah.
I want to see you
Or it's
use the
something
Moby
like-
Hughes.
Yeah. Or something like, oh, I can't wait to give you little kisses, little smooches on the mouth. It's just, it is what it is.
Was there adultery involved in this?
Yeah, so she cheated on her husband with 2 of them at least.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. And I don't know if those were on the job, but it was just so revolting to see the text messages because of just how juvenile they were.
Yeah.
Was she good at her job?
I don't know if she
She
wasn't
was a hell of an operator.
Yeah. You know.
She was a hell of an operator.
Yeah, separate the art from the artist, guys.
Come
Fucking
on,
bullshit.
I mean,
real.
if she's just, I don't know how you would kill it in that job, but like,
If someone calls you, I'm gonna fucking end it. Don't end it. I want to give you smoochies.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, no,
Maybe
that's
she's
when you're
saving
mixing
lives.
business and pleasure.
Maybe
You
she's
can't do
saving
that.
lives.
You can't do
I mean,
that.
that's an interesting tactic.
It probably wouldn't be super helpful though in an emergency. Like you
Yeah.
probably not want to mix.
She's like,
that
they
at
have a
all.
home
I think
invader.
I'm having a heart attack. Don't do that. I'll suck your cock. What?
No, it's getting worse. Okay, debate time. Now that we know what Charlie thinks about not getting refunds.
Yeah.
I think this will be a good opportunity for Austin to reveal what he thinks about tipping. Tipping culture.
You a big anti-tipper?
No,
Oh.
I've changed my. Okay, so originally I'm like a big tipper.
Okay.
I like to tip specifically I have a driver in LA that frequently drives me around. I tip him minimum 40% usually.
That's huge.
Wait,
Other
hold on.
side. Oh no.
Oh,
it's
you
ruined.
ruined him.
It's over.
You've ruined him.
Thank you so much.
I know. this is
So
true. I didn't want to say anything.
I tip at least 20% minimum. But I think tipping is getting out of hand. I was on a ride yesterday, a Lyft ride, and in the middle of the ride, I get a ding alert from the Lyft service that says, "Hey Austin, enjoying your ride? Show your driver you appreciate them by giving them a tip." In the middle of the ride.
It's like
What?
a threat at that point.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, like what? That is kind of ominous. Jesus, tip now. Tip now. Don't you like them?
we haven't even made it to our destination yet, and like we just left the Tampa airport.
See, like I would agree that's a little egregious because you're not there yet.
Yeah.
So did you just stall or did you tip?
No, I
him?
didn't tip until the end of the ride.
No, he took a screenshot. Screenshot of it and sent it to the group.
No, I didn't tip until the end of the ride.
No, he took a screenshot. He took a screenshot of it and sent it to the group chat and was complaining.
Yeah, but also
No, but I agree with that.
But
That
it's
one's
why
crazy.
I think America and Hassan has changed my perspective on this. I used to think, oh my God, tip people that don't tip, they're fucking jerks. But you know who the jerks are?
The employers,
corporates,
yeah.
the corporate employers that are putting the price of tipping on the consumer because they're not willing to pay their employees a livable
That's
wage.
the root of the problem. Like,
Yeah.
by not tipping, you're not fighting back against that.
Right.
You're just hurting the
No, and,
Exactly.
but for the record, I do tip.
Yeah.
And even in Europe, I do tip. I appreciate it. It's a minimum 20%, but I do think the system is flawed.
Do you know what I've noticed? This grinds my gears a little bit. I don't mind tipping even for like takeout stuff. Like if I go get a coffee, and there's like a tip, you know what I mean? Like if someone made a coffee, it's okay, whatever. I tip on that for sure. But I've noticed the amounts, the pre-stocked amounts, have been going up. Have you noticed this?
The pre-stocked amount of what?
Where
Like,
it's like,
they
do you
used to
want
say
to
10%,
tip
50%, 20%.
Oh,
20%,
gotcha.
25%? I've seen some of those motherfuckers go up to 45% now, where it's like 45, 30. And then if you want to tip a normal human amount, you have to enter it by yourself.
Yeah. And then you're like disrespecting them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're like sitting there.
You make a custom amount that's just below all the
Yeah.
averages. Yeah.
What's your like general guiding philosophy on tipping?
So I always do whatever the maximum allowed is. So I
Okay.
do a lot of Uber Eats because I don't really like
Maximum allowed? You can infinitely tip. I
Well, no,
imagine.
like of the
No, not on the
selected-
other. It says
Yeah.
usually it's 15,
Yeah, it's up to
25,
whatever the
35.
maximum
So that's going up to 45% now.
I've only seen it to 26 here. That might be a
that's
California
in LA,
thing.
that goes way higher.
Yeah, that might be a California
There's all
thing.
sorts of taxes.
Make no
associated.
mistake.
That's interesting. It's weird that would be regional, but I guess they probably know how much people tip on average. That would be my guess.
Mistake. Tipping is tipping should not be, in my opinion, off of jobs performance. That's the secondary component to tipping culture in America. Is that like everybody likes to feel like they're making a performance assessment in that process, like while they're being served. And I think that that's part of the reason why it's also justified to, the overwhelming majority of the public is that like you get to make this decision in this circumstance. You're like a little lord, you know what I mean? You have your own little serf like serving you. And I think that is probably the secondary component as to why like people don't really push back against it. But I see tipping as as charity. Like I see it in the same way as charity, in the sense that like I always max out because I know for a fact that this person who's like serving me in the service sector is a 1,000,000% not making enough money and definitely needs the tip more than I do.
Just hypothetical.
Right.
Back to the origin of tipping. What if the service fucking sucks?
I still do it.
Yeah, it's so hard to
Still.
just be
Yeah.
like, I'm not
Yeah.
tipping off that. That's fucking.
No, yeah, I can't justify not tipping. Like, they've probably had a bad day. They've probably had a lot of shitty customers. Like, I've been there. Everyone should have to serve at some point. I swear to God.
I never not tip unless it's like the worst I'll do is like 10%. If it's like really crap.
That's what I thought. I will still tip, but it'll be
less. Now, and on the other end, when the service is like so my baseline is 20 always. That's like the default. 20%. If it's like crazy and like they're just like we're just having a good time. I've dropped some pretty big tips on people.
No,
And
I always max
bad
out
service too, though.
I always max out. The only time I don't tip is when I can't because like they stole the food. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes
Like-
bad service in the current day and age isn't just like someone being inattentive at a table. It's like egregious.
Yeah.
It's like I had someone deliver something 3 blocks away.
Yeah.
And I had to go walk and get it. I still tipped, but I was like, that's
yeah,
fine.
no. Other than like
That's
even
not-
even in a situation like that, I still max out because, like I said, I think I feel like it's charity. Like people will get mad at me for this. Someone who's working in the service sector might see this and like think, well, what the fuck? No, I think it is. It literally is. The way I approach it is, I think it's like an individual charitable donation you're giving to this person. I remove it entirely from the performance.
So I think that have you been to Europe?
No.
Okay,
I've never
so
been.
one thing
He doesn't fly, bro.
Yeah, I don't fly.
Oh, that's true. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you could take a boat, right?
That's
you sail.
What the? Yeah, you can take a Zeppelin.
The glory,
you can take
the
the ferry.
The glory
You
of
can take
Europe. The Queen Mary over to London.
I got to see it with
Yeah.
my own 2 eyes.
So one thing I do think tipping culture does in the United States is I think it breeds better service.
That's what I mean. That's dude. Even the
But
way
it does,
you mentioned,
though.
Yeah, but like, dude, think
Breed.
about unpack that.
That was the most capitalist.
I
Like,
know. Unpack that for a second. You're literally saying like, it's basically a gunpoint at that point. It's like the threat of
Yeah.
like, poverty from this meal.
I don't know if that's true even. There's plenty of good servers in countries that don't have like tipping as a norm. That's kind of crazy.
Like if they don't serve you so well, like they might not actually get paid a decent amount, especially when the actual like low amount that they can get away with like paying you in a restaurant is like $2.25 in certain states as the baseline.
No, and I think I agree with you on this. I'm just saying that the product of it is the service in Europe is like, like the UK in particular. Like you go to a bar or whatever, they don't give a damn. They don't give a. You show up and I'm like, I'm gonna take my business elsewhere. They're like, fuck off. That's what they say. Yeah. They don't give a damn.
Fuck off.
You have no leverage as a consumer in other countries,
But that's
which
not-
is why I think American business dominates the globe.
Amen, brother.
I disagree.
That
I
was
think-
a very
I think-
patriotic
I
stance.
would rather have servers make a living wage and like be able to survive and
We
pay
don't
for-
disagree on this point,
Yeah,
for the record.
and then give me shit service. I don't give a fuck. Like it sucks, but
We don't disagree. No, I would disagree on
we
that.
do disagree on this. You literally would lose. You would throw a hissy fit every fucking time.
Like I'm a huge fan of American business and entrepreneurship, like Disney.
You a big Disney guy?
Big Disney, and they're fighting back against Ron DeSantis.
That's true. They just had that big blow up recently between the two of them.
How would you look? I know we're not supposed to. Get
We don't do
political here.
politics. We don't do politics on this podcast.
We don't do politics, but like, why would you piss on the company that literally made your state relevant?
because it's not real. It's just
Anyway,
theater.
Sorry, let's move on. I don't want to
It's
get
not
into
real.
politics.
It's theater. He makes it seem like he's like fighting against Disney because they're woke and gay now. It's like, when has Disney not been gay, brother?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
are you talking about? Disney is literally the gayest shit. It's
Yeah,
like-
which is I love Disney. Do you like Disney?
Disney's all right, yeah. I don't like going to Disney at all, though.
Well, you're like close to Disney.
Yeah, but I've just never really liked it. I think the parks are just kind of ass.
Really?
Yeah, it's cool if you're really into it. You get to see like all the props, but it's just fucking
Will
boring.
will not go to Disney.
I didn't say anything.
I agree with you,
I
too.
didn't
Fucking
say
boring.
anything.
No, look,
Are you a Six Flags guys?
I've only been to Six Flags once. It was cool. I like Universal though. Universal Studios is
So
fucking
Six,
great.
I'm a Six Flags guy.
I couldn't disagree with you more.
Really?
The quality of the park at Disney is far superior, I think.
It's like SpongeBob and Patrick in the Box for imagination, though. Like, the fun of Disney is picturing yourself in Disney as opposed to actually being there in person. Because you're like in the locations.
I will say Universal
boring.
Orlando is much better than you. If you go to Universal, you haven't been. You don't fly.
Yeah.
But if you went to Universal California, you'd see what I mean.
Yeah, maybe Universal there is a big shithole, but here it's pretty fucking cool.
It is pretty sick. Orlando Universal is pretty sick.
They have Islands of Adventure.
We get
too.
you out to LA.
Yeah, what do we have to do?
So
I
I
will
will-
suck your cock right on the live stream right now.
For the Patreon
Yeah,
or
for the
whatever.
Patreon. Yeah, on the paywall.
Yeah, that's definitely enticing now. He's definitely gonna take you up on that now.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We get slurs and then
Yeah.
a dick sucking session for the Patreon.
They'll say the slurs in between sessions.
Whoa.
All demean, yeah, all demean you.
like this, though, you F
Yeah.
I'd be super down to go to LA. I've been once and I fucking hated it though. I think it's a big shithole.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not great.
Sir, you are throwing rocks from Tampa.
Yeah, but the beauty of Tampa is like everything is still accessible in LA. If you're trying to get from point A to point B, it's gonna take you.
Yeah, but that's also because like no one's here.
Yeah, which is nice though.
Yeah.
Like that's so fucking nice.
Like it's great. I mean, the beauty of Florida is that like in spite of it being in Florida and it's probably gonna sink in like a couple of years.
We got about 20 years by good estimates.
Yeah, you know. Other
Yep.
than
The
that,
entire state?
Yeah, entire state's projected to be underwater
Yeah, it's gonna be swampland.
by like 2050 or something.
That is insane.
Something
bro,
fucking crazy.
there's parts of the state that are currently underwater due
Yeah.
to massive flooding.
They'll build a levee, right?
They'll do something. They'll
Around the entire
they'll stop
state?
it.
Yes.
What?
Yeah,
How do you think?
Dude,
What?
he could be a Republican president.
No way. They'll figure it out. They'll find a way to stop it. They'll stop the ocean.
We're gonna build a levee,
First of all-
folks, around all.
Come
the-
on, they built
you
a wall across the entire southern border. They
Brother,
could build a levee.
They could build a levee.
You
Yeah,
can't
waterbenders
levy
maybe.
your way out of the soft ground that this state is built on when it wasn't supposed to be built on soft ground.
Well, look, here's the deal. I think Republicans and people will do anything to avoid state income tax.
What does
they'll
that have to
build-
do with the levees?
They'll build one.
Oh, gotcha.
To avoid California. Is California going to go underwater?
No, but we're
San
probably gonna get
Andreas.
hit with a big earthquake.
Yeah,
That's
San
what they've been
Andreas
saying
fault.
for the last 1,000 years.
what?
It could be any day
1,000
though.
years?
Could be any day.
Yeah, that's what they say. Like from here until
You
whatever.
know that guy living in Pompeii who's like, they've been saying this forever.
Yeah.
They have
It's
been.
dormant. It's dormant.
He's also the guy in Pompeii who, like, you know, fucking solidified as he was masturbating.
What?
He's like, oh no, it's not a big deal. Whatever.
Frozen in time, saying the F word.
One last nut.
Look, I think they should build a levee around Florida, and I'm gonna run for governor.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
when Ronnie's going up against Donald, but
Republicans need a gay governor. They need a gay, like, other than
What
what's
do you
his
mean?
name?
The half of them are gay.
Yeah, that's
already.
true.
They're
But they
just in
need
the
somebody that's
closet.
out and proud gay.
Yeah.
And like,
you need to be a way bigger scumbag. Like Ron DeSantis, I can't believe I'm saying this, is like better than Rick Scott, who is like Voldemort.
I would love to see you as a Republican politician. You're like, I'm gay, and so I think that I know that I should never get married.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, we gotta get this gay stuff out of our books. We gotta get this gay shit out of our schools. We gotta get them out. It's fucking bullshit. Let's stop
my
with
God.
this, you know?
I just don't think I should have the same rights as other people.
Yeah. Dude, okay, you would win.
No.
Dude, are you kidding me? If you also dropped a couple like Democrats are the real homophobes in there, you know what I mean?
Treating
oh my
me
God.
different, thinking that I need advantages.
That's
Yeah.
right.
You know, treating me different because I'm
Amen,
just,
brother.
because I'm gay.
He's like I want new game plus difficulty as a gay man.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the good old days.
No, but I'm a registered Democrat and will be for the rest of my
Why
life.
are you looking at him and telling me this?
I just want him to know where I stand.
yeah, I was getting confused on where he stood up until then.
One thing that I do love about Tampa, we got off the plane. First of all, it's like unnecessarily large of an airport. I don't know what's
It's a
going
big
on.
airport, actually.
Why is there that much commerce happening
No,
in Tampa?
but they went hard on that airport.
It's a
They,
nice
they
airport.
were just
There's a
redesigned
fucking-
all of it.
There's a
I
train
appreciate
service
that, though.
inside
Yeah.
of it.
I appreciate that though, because LAX is a total piece of
Ooh,
shit.
the worst, absolute worst.
we need to when you fly, talk to me. I'm gonna tell you where to go to make sure you don't go through Los Angeles.
The Delta terminal at LAX is like Ellis Island now.
Yeah.
They have like 4 seats for like 1,000 people.
Yep.
There's like 1 restaurant.
It's so bad.
There was like a 2-hour line for Jersey Mike's.
Yeah. This is the thing about California. Bet your ass, anytime they have some sort of thing that they're building to improve, something, it'll
make
make
it
it
worse.
10 times worse.
And in the duration, it'll make it 100 times worse because the construction is never ending.
Yeah,
too.
they will never ever do anything right. I am confident of
Like,
that.
what have they done that's like shitty after trying to improve it?
They built
LA exit.
LA, they did this thing where they moved all the Ubers off of a lot, and somehow, in order to take the traffic congestion out of the horseshoe, because that's like the airport's built like a horseshoe, right? You have your arrivals and departures, and you drive in, and then you go all the way around the horseshoe, and then you exit, right? They took the Uber out of there because of the congestion, and somehow it's more congested than it's ever been in history.
Because they also brought it back. Because if you get Uber Black,
yeah,
then you can still avoid that. Then Uber Black will come and pick you up,
Yeah.
and then like as though it's a private vehicle. You know what I mean?
No public transportation infrastructure to take you from anywhere in the city to the airport. No tram to connect you from any of the terminals.
But that's the problem. Because LA is a car focused city. You used to have trams, and then they bought them and literally destroyed them specifically so the city would have no actual public transit, like no working public transit. This was a deliberate decision by car manufacturers, and we are living the impact of that still to this fucking day. That's why the congestion never goes away. The only way to get away,
It's the
get rid of
That
congestion.
that feels like a terrible spot to live. I don't know why anyone would choose to be out there. Though.
It's
the
'cause
weather.
For some reason,
Just the weather?
The weather,
so good.
The weather, the taxes are insane. It's crippling.
It's like 60% tax
crippling
on
the
income,
common
right?
man.
I mean,
it's
I'm
something
maxed out.
crazy.
Yeah,
I would like to steer the direction of the conversation elsewhere from our gripes because we have 20 minutes left before we go behind the paywall portion.
No.
And we are here for a reason.
Yep.
Creator Clash. Let's talk about it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna pee while you talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We came down here for this, and he's back.
All right.
yeah, I mean,
Thanks,
it's,
Hassan.
it's a bunch of YouTubers fighting, man. Like that's really about the gist of it. I know a lot of them take it super seriously. They don't want to get like hurt.
Well, you're working it.
Yeah, I'm doing commentary, but I'm not providing any insight. Like I'm not like a real sports commentator. I just say goofy shit.
Yeah. You don't have any dogs in the fight.
No, I mean there's people I want to see, but
Who do you want to see?
so I think the one I'm most excited for is seeing Dad go ballistic because
Dad in the first Creator Clash, in case you
he was a
missed it,
feral animal.
no one really expected much out of Dad. I'm gonna be
Right.
honest because he's unassuming,
Yeah.
and he whooped that ass.
No, he went crazy.
He went rodeo.
He actually went crazy. So I want to see what he does this year. He's definitely the one I'm most excited
Who's
for.
he fighting?
I actually can't remember who his opponent is.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're probably gonna need a coffin if he comes out like last year. 'cause
Okay,
that guy
so
was
that's one of
nasty.
your predictions. That's one of
Yeah.
your stone cold locks.
I know whoever he's fighting isn't as like psychopathic as he is, so I feel like he'll probably
Stone
win.
cold lock.
Yeah.
Do you think Andrea Botez is going to win her fight?
No, I don't think so at all.
Really?
No, I don't think
So
so.
I'm a big Botez fan. I love Botez. I'm a bit worried because I know Michelle Carre from BuzzFeed, and she's got that fucking dog in her. Professional cyclist, does professional stunt work.
Right.
Like, she's a gamer.
Yeah, I just feel like also Andrea Botez is probably not coming out there with like intent to kill. And you need that. No, I don't think so.
I don't know about that.
I think she's
a
like
killer.
she's way too like content brained. Like I don't think she'd come out there like I want to hurt this
I
person.
think it's gonna be one of the best fights. I think it's gonna be one of the best fights.
That's a sleeper pick. Okay.
The other one I'm picking is Stone Cold Lock, Epic Mealtime.
Harley.
Oh,
I think
Over the WWE guy.
Harley looks. He's
we
changed his
we
life.
saw him in
Okay.
the lobby. He's
I don't really care about their predictions that much. I'm gonna be real with you. Charlie responds to trolls. Sure.
Creator Clash, there's one issue that I wanted to talk about.
Sure.
You recently did something that I personally think is a little bit scary. We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but you responded to trolls.
Yeah.
You did it not only once, but twice.
True.
Brave choice.
And I have a lot of opinions on this because I used to be like that as well. I used to give in, and I still do sometimes. But I think that it's ultimately unproductive because I feel like they benefit more from you giving them legitimacy, especially if they're coming at it from not like the standpoint of constructive criticism, but instead simply to gain clout. How do you feel about that?
So.
He knocked and he pointed.
Oh. Oh, okay. Can you toss me my phone real quick? Yeah. Let me just see what time it is.
It is almost 4.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can tackle this, and then I'll probably have to head out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way I look at it is I always give people the benefit of the doubt that where they're coming from is a place of good intentions. And I feel like at the core, there was a conversation to be had about the topic, regardless of who was opining on it. So, like, it wasn't just a troll. Like, I still feel like other people had legitimate criticism of it. So I wanted to tackle it more from that perspective while also maintaining that I disagreed with certain aspects of the situation. I understand where you're coming from, but I always view everyone as coming from a place of like actual care, even though I know that's not always going to be it. Not everyone's genuine.
No, this is literally exactly the same thought process I went through a couple years back. And then once I realized that it cultivates an audience basically that for the other party. And
Yeah, I
and
just
then
never
they're
really-
like kind of in the space
True.
once you open up the floodgates. I mean, look, hopefully it doesn't end up that way. But I don't think it was an accident that like shots were fired in your direction almost immediately after the Sneeko thing.
I understand that kind of personality exists. I just never really believe it till I see it, because I just feel like people naturally don't want to foster a community like that.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I thought too.
Yeah, I just feel like no one really wants that kind of audience in the first place. So it wouldn't be like if it happens, it's something they didn't plan on, or things got misunderstood or lost in translation.
I think I agree with you. I do think that some people do want that because they see the short-term benefits and they don't necessarily think about the long-term consequences of having an audience like that. I've said this to a lot of people who do this kind of content over and over again, that like it's not a sustainable business model for you if you're a content creator and you're like constantly going after like whoever you think is like on the downtrend and like pile onto it and, you know, cut commentary, no matter how silly it might seem. You might actually get like a bunch of haters of that person to come and watch your channel for that brief duration, but your view counts are gonna drop off immediately afterwards, because they're not there for you. They're not necessarily there for your commentary. They're there to just like shit on the person,
Right. Just there for the drama.
because they don't like them for whatever reason, and it creates a very toxic space for them.
I don't think that was Charlie's motivation by any means.
No,
Why
no.
did you choose to respond?
That's
Because-
not what I was talking about. I was
No,
talking
I know,
about
I
the
know.
hater
That's what
side.
I'm saying.
Because like I said, I think there really was a core discussion to be had on it. Like I recognize that I also wasn't super clear, so I thought it was maybe a big misunderstanding on the whole situation and things getting tossed around and getting lost. Now I recognize that was never really the intention behind it, to have a conversation about it. But even still, I just never subscribe to the belief that people want that for their own personal community, right?
Well, I'm here to tell you that they certainly do.
It's possible. It's just, I don't know. I just don't like to believe people enjoyed that, because that's just existing in a perpetual shit headspace.
Yeah.
Surrounded by people that you also probably don't even like.
Yeah, no, literally. I think it is very toxic. And there are a lot of spaces like that online, especially in like the lolcow side of things, where like there's a lot of communities that basically gravitate towards that kind of content, because I think we're living in dark times overall. And I think that the more things seem uncertain, the more people's futures look worse and worse, the more they gravitate towards that kind of thing. It's just another kind of disease of despair. Whether some people go to alcohol, some people go to drugs, some people go to gambling, and then others go towards this kind of commentary and content that like doesn't really make them feel good, but it at least makes them feel better in comparison to whoever they see on a pedestal that's like being brought down a peg. It's like this accountability politics, which there is a place for, I think. And I do think that constructive criticism is an absolute necessity. I think that's a very good thing. I just feel like a lot of the people that take advantage of that better nature of content creators end up making it harder for everyone to even have a charitable and constructive conversation.
True.
That was
Hassan's
a powerful
bitten.
segment.
That's a good segment.
Especially piggybacking off of wieners and
Yeah.
all
I know.
that,
This is what we like to do.
Crucified
We've
on
really
cock.
covered everything. in
We
this
can
podcast.
go out on a lighter note. You are a cock expert. What nickname do you have for your penis?
I've never nicknamed it
That's
in my
insane.
life. I've also only ever taken one dick pic.
Really?
I was so unbelievably ashamed.
Did you send
Let's
it
see
to
it.
somebody?
I wish I still had it. It
Pull it
was
up.
It was repulsive.
Show it to Austin.
It was repulsive.
Why was
he
it?
would,
Why was
he
it
would
repulsive?
puke. He would puke.
Really?
I sent it to my girlfriend at the time, and I didn't know how to take one. So I was laying in my dorm room bed, and I pulled my pants down, and I took it from.
You
my
went
knee.
balls up?
Yep. So I took it from my
no.
knee, looking at my head.
no.
And
Mistake.
so I have
Your
a,
eyes.
I have a natural curve, right? So it's like looking up at me, like I've got myself at gunpoint, and my cock looks like a piece of chewed gum.
I don't.
It
Think
was so bad. I deleted it. I didn't send it to her because she would have broke up with
I
me if I
don't
did.
think that that's a bad dick pic.
It was
Balls
terrible.
up?
No,
Yeah, it was-
Austin is
yeah.
greasing you because he wants
Balls
you to do it.
I don't have it
Look,
anymore.
look, balls up. It's because most gay men take care of themselves. Down. I like to see little.
It wouldn't
balls up.
It wouldn't change like the structure though. It looked like a Digimon devolving. It was it was a terrible angle from all ways.
Digital monsters.
I appreciate the anatomy of a man. I really do.
You wouldn't. There was no anatomy to even be seen here.
Right.
It was so. It was almost like an abstract
Charlie, why don't you
work.
retake it real quick, and I'll just.
And we'll analyze it behind the paywall.
And we'll put it on the paywall.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Charlie, you got to go.
Yeah, I do have to head up.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me
Everybody
on.
knows who you are, but what do you want to plug regardless?
Moist Wrestling League.
Yes.
It's coming out to defeat the WWE, baby.
Can't wait.
When are you gonna get me in the ring,
Brother, we were talking
I
about
reached
that.
out and I heard back crickets
When did you reach out?
via Twitter.
That was
I in
not
the
smart.
thread respond. Put me in the ring,
You
Daddy.
could have just DM'd me.
I know, but it's.
I
it's
want
more
to. I
hype.
want a very. Can I have a wrestling character, overly flamboyant wrestling?
Well, the
character?
thing about wrestling is there are no flamboyant characters at all.
Oh, it's homophobic.
If you know anything about wrestling,
They're all overly flamboyant. God damn it! I
What was
walked
it?
out
I would
of that.
love to have you.
Nope,
What
none.
was it? Gold Star or something? Wasn't that?
Gold Dust.
Gold Dust.
Yeah.
Gold Dust is so fucking hype.
His father is like one of the coolest wrestlers. He had a song that was "He's just a working man," and he was like the white guy for the black people.
Wow.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Honky tonk, redneck, boom, ba bana bana. He was honky tonk, badonk before it existed.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I
Wow.
love that.
I didn't know anything about Gold Dust's dad, but Gold Dust was fucking
Well,
hype.
he and Dusty Rhodes, or wait, I think his dad's
Brothers.
Dustin Rhodes.
Dustin, yeah.
He is a
Dustin,
brother.
and then Dusty Rhodes is their dad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dusty Rhodes was like, he was dope.
Charlie,
Yep.
you were a fabulous guest.
Fabulous.
Oh, well, thanks for having me
we
on,
really
boys.
enjoyed having you on, truly, and you made the trip worth it.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad
Tell you
yeah,
what.
since you're leaving tonight. Fuck yeah.
If you would have bombed, it would have sucked.
We would have buried the
I would have
episode.
stormed out of here in a
You would
fit
have
of
still
rage.
had your points, though. so I
Yeah,
would've
that's
said-
true.
I am
That's
very excited
true.
to ball later tonight, and
That'll be
also
fun.
ball tomorrow.
Yeah, so if you boys are down, we can ball both
Oh, I'm
days.
fucking down, baby. That's why
Balls
I bought
out.
my
Or send
basketball
dick
shoes.
pics.
Yeah,
It's balls out boy time. Wow.
recreate my cock.
Once Austin is gone, we can all send dick pieces.
I was gonna. Yeah.
Like-
Is your basketball court air conditioned?
No, just
Okay. I didn't. Is it air conditioned? No. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna go to Miami then.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you.
All right, that's it for us. We'll see you behind the paywall.
Peace.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Oh, you
TwitchCon.
can't. Yeah, that's the
and
worst.
then they're like, we met, and I was like,
Go support the Patreon. Do it or else.
oh my
No,
god, I
no,
was
see,
hammered.
See,
And
I would
never
rather
drank, by
I
the
would
way.
rather have them hit me in the face with a shovel than have that interaction.
It happens to me all the
It's
time.
the worst thing when you're just like, when they're like, they clearly know who you are, they clearly have met you before, and you just are blanking out. You're drawing a
You know how
fucking
you get out of it
blank.
though?
What?
They're like, unless they ask you, you don't remember where we met?
I'm sorry, I just got out of it.
I'm sorry, I'm recovering from. I'm
you ever
actually
worked the
recovering from my
steps?
heroin addiction.
Have you let God into your life?
I'm recovering from my heroin.
You heard the good news? Wonderful. All right, that's it. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
And it don't turn. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway,